good morning, or good afternoon if you're across the pond. Alright, let me get all my stuff double checked. I'm having a really good Friday morning. A little slow, but cozy in a good way. The hair gods are smiling on me today, so it's raining a lot here in Tennessee, and by default my hair is like Hermione size, and I mean like in the books, not the movie where it's like, oh, it's a little puffy. No. Anyway. Alright, this is not what we're sculpting today, it's just kind of just a model I have thrown up here right now. Good morning, Corey. This is one I did for a collaboration with Fool's Moon Entertainment, and I might get this color 3D printed. We'll see. It's a generous offer from someone that follows me on Instagram. Let's see, what else is going on here? I picked up a new hobby. I've been crocheting recently. This is like a fun little sidebar before we get started. I'm going to sculpt a necrotic ghost today. I'll talk about that more in a second. So yeah, this is a new little hobby I picked up. These are from like those Wooble kits, and I've done 2 so far, and I think I'm gonna make an entire like pile of them. Once I have too many, maybe I'll just start giving them away. So yeah, that's been a fun thing I've been doing in my free time as well. And then we're also getting all the 3D prints from last week done. I still just have my prints from recently. This is a gnome bard that I did. Super fun. There's actually bagpipes in the back here. It's kind of hard to tell because he's so small. But yeah. And then like always, I have my favorites here, which is from Spicy Arts. It's also me. But this is kind of like my interpretation of like the world tree. So she has like kind of like this bark vine-like bodice, and then just a lot of really pretty details here. But yeah, that's what we do here. We sculpt, we 3D print, we have a good time. And today we're sculpting something very spooky, so I'm excited for that. Good morning, Pet. Corey says, whoa, those are cool. Thank you. I'm assuming you're talking about my little, that's upside down, little wooble guys. Very happy. It was quite the confidence boost. I looked at the Amazon review listing, and most of the reviews have pictures with them. And turns out you can get a lot of different shapes out of this kit other than just this teardrop penguin shape. I love seeing people do stuff they like and be bad at it. I think it's awesome. It also gave me a confidence boost because I'm like, oh, he actually turned out really good. So yeah. Hope you guys are having a good morning. Excited for the weekend. I don't really have any big plans. I might build a loafing shed for my horse because we're gonna have some cold rain coming in this winter, so he'll need something to stand under. But other than building a shed, I don't have a whole lot of plans this weekend. Good time. Sai says, I love it. Thank you, Sai, and also good morning, welcome. Pat says, I like the crochet animals. Oh yeah, they are crocheted. Let me like smear this up really close to the camera. You can see all the little stitches and stuff. So yeah, you just take a spool of yarn and a single hook and yeah, get crocheting. I also know how to knit, but I don't know how to knit 3D. I just recently learned how to crochet 3D, and I think it's really hard. Like I got better at it, but it's very finicky. It's very tricky. So yeah. Corey says, how's your horsey doing? Really good. He had, again, there's always something going on, right? He had some dumb little infection on the back of his pasterns, like by his hoof, and it's been kind of stubborn to get rid of it. It just doesn't bother him at all, my goodness, but there's a bunch of different names for it. Essentially, it's like a really mild, like little fungal infection. So I'm putting all different kinds of creams and stuff to see which one kills it. I finally found the one that's gonna work. So after like a week or so of like trying different ones, I've made a ton of progress over the last 2 days and it's almost completely gone. So big animals, there's a lot of surface area, a lot of stuff to go wrong. That's kind of how it is. All right, let's talk about what we're doing today. So I'm sculpting a necrotic ghost. This is a legendary Patreon request. Here we go. This is going to be a 3D interpretation from some of Stephen Gamel's famous art from Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark. In particular, we're going to be focusing on the infamous rotted ghost from the haunted house story. So yeah, this is the reference that Stephen Gamel drew. Not for me, this is for a book that's been around for a while. And I also grabbed some of the references I found online that I quite liked, just to give the kind of vibe and general direction. But yeah, it's going to be a spooky time, so let's get started, shall we? Maybe I'll actually make sure that this reference stays on screen to give some more context to this live stream. I don't normally do that. Yeah, no, we're gonna keep the same format. It just makes things easier on my side too. Alrighty. Sai says, was the archer from yesterday? No, I actually sculpted this a hot minute ago. Yesterday we did some ice gnomes. Corey says, nice. That's good to hear. That's getting better. Yep. My horse is a good healer, so it works out. Pat says, interesting. Yeah, it's going to be kind of a spooky, creepy time today. Alrighty. They can't all be pretty days. Today is just not going to be one of them, which is my favorite. I love doing spooky monsters. Alright, guys. I didn't do any prep before the live stream, so we're going to be seeing the whole process today. First thing I'm going to do is open up my beginning ZPR. Here we go. And yeah, this is my main asset library and stuff. I have 2 base meshes here, one male, one female, in addition to a bunch of pieces. These are all pieces that I have sculpted over the years. Every one of them was sculpted by me. I've sculpted a lot more than just what you see here. These are just the ones that seemed reusable or helpful in some way. Thank you guys for tuning in first thing on this Friday morning. I see kind of the regular crowds already coming in. Reminder to like the stream. It really helps kind of charge the beginning of it. And then if you haven't already, subscribe. I'm pretty sure you all already have because you're already here, unless you happen to stumble across it really quickly. Who knows? Alright, so for this base here, I think I'm actually going to go with... trying to decide if I'm going to have a male or female as my base mesh here. I think it's going to be easier for me to work with a woman's features for the face. So I'm going to go to my male base mesh here and I'm going to delete them. There we go. So I just have this female base mesh. And then there's not going to be a ton of pieces for me to reuse here. This is going to be, we're going to sculpt this one from scratch today. So I'm going to delete everything, my asset library. And here we go. We're going to go ahead and put this little stamp over here on the left. That will be our first progress point. And let's get spooky. Alright, so first things first. We're not going to need eyebrows or eyelashes because she's going to have a much more skull-like appearance. Let's go ahead and poly paint her eyes to be spooky and sunken. To do that, I'm going to change my paintbrush to drag rectangle. There we go. And now we're going to kind of give it that kind of glazed over, more of like a cataract look. I say like it's high fashion, you know, cataract look. Alright, and then for her skin tone, we're going to do dealing with a lot of blues and grays today. Kind of similar to my stream earlier this week where we did the ghouls. Alright, I'm going to go with a darker skin tone that's a little more on the cooler side. So darker and cooler. And now we're going to darken up a few of these areas. Permanently behind her eyes. Base of her throat. Also her hands, her feet. Elbows and knees. Sounds like I'm very slowly singing the head, shoulders, knees, and toes song. Alright, there we go. Nice face there. I'm not going to work on the face just yet because the last few streams I've been doing the face first thing. And I kind of want to change it up for myself a little bit. So let's go ahead and think about how we're going to dress this ghoul here, or ghost. We're going to go to a low subdivision and I'm going to go to my mask lasso brush to kind of start finding some pieces here. I think I'm going to give her 2 separate pieces and it's going to be joined together by some sort of a raggedy belt. I'm going to draw on this piece of clothing on her just like this. There we go. Let's go ahead and shape this up. It's been a pretty good week for me. I hope you guys have had a nice week as well. Pretty soon here, I'll be looking at my live stream schedule for next week. I'm pretty sure it'll be another full week of streaming. but I'll let you guys know if anything changes. Deaths is back. Good morning. All right, so if it's interesting when you're doing a skirt in ZBrush, I pretty much, or any sort of long material that's not gonna be hugging the body, I'll just mask a little like waistband almost. I'll extrude that, Z-remesh it, and then stretch this one piece out. So yeah, let's grab the bottom here and just pull it straight down. She's gonna have a pretty narrow silhouette here, and it's possible, I'm thinking we're just gonna not even give her legs today, guys, because she's a ghost and I don't really think she needs them. Just in case I want them though, I'm not gonna completely destroy them quite yet. I'm just gonna move her legs a little closer together. And then we don't need these shorts anymore. All right, we have some of our first layers here. She's looking lovely. Let's go ahead and put her butt away. Not that kind of model. There we are. Got some rough pieces blocked out. And then one more thing that I want to do before I forget is actually want to have a timer on my screen, because that keeps me on track and makes me think of what I want to accomplish in these 30-minute segments. If you're also working on something right now, you can kind of use as a rough guideline for yourself too, like, okay, every 30 minutes that goes by, I'll be letting you guys know pretty much. All right, so what do I want to accomplish in this first 30 minutes here? I think it'd be nice to get a pretty interesting silhouette blocked out here, and then maybe start on her hair. The last thing I'm gonna do is spookify her face. So let's go ahead and do that. I got my timer going for 30 minutes. I'm gonna go ahead and put that timer right by my face. There we are. I know a lot of creators tend to join these streams and hang out. If you guys are working on anything right now, I'd love to know what you're working on. And even if you're not a creator and you're at work doing whatever your job is, I'm kind of curious what you guys do. I'm surprised quite a few of you guys are in the STEM field, I noticed. All right, so we have these base pieces here. I'm trying to decide if she'll have a rope or it's gonna be like chains that hold her down. We'll see. Corey asks, are you gonna put up a new stamp every 30 minutes? Probably closer to every 2 30-minute sections, but yeah, pretty much. That's also why I do it. It's a reminder to keep the storyboard going as you go throughout the stream. If anyone is new here that's lurking, essentially, I complete a stream or a model on every single stream, but the streams will vary between like 2 to 4 hours. So I like to try to make sure I'm putting these little stamps on the screen of my progress as we go. So this is our exact starting point, and we are already looking quite different in this first 10 minutes or so. I'm curious, do you guys have a preference? Do you think this model would look better with rope or chain details? It's gonna go on like a belt for her waist, and then I might even have pieces that are maybe like a rope like tied around her neck or her wrist. It kind of depends how we're gonna do this model, but let me guys know if you think rope or chain would look better. If not, I'm probably gonna default to rope. In the meantime, while I wait to see if you all have a strong opinion on that, I'm gonna start working on this cloak. And I've decided that I'm definitely going to remove her legs entirely, so I don't have to worry about, I don't need to worry about them. She's a ghost, she doesn't need legs. Oh hey, Nerd 3D Printing is here. Hello, hello. Hi Mia, I made it to the stream today. You sure did. All right, we've got 2 votes for rope right now. All right, looks like rope is in the lead. Sai says, there's nothing creative at my 9 to 5 office work for me. Well, boo, I hope I can inject some creativity into your day today. Michael says, good morning. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Yeah, it's a good time so far. All right, rope is the winner by far. Rope it is. That was also me kind of testing that out. I don't think I've ever asked you guys a direct question like that before on stream, like helping me design a model. Just trying that out. I want to see if that would be a fun thing I can do. Because I'm making a lot of decisions all the time. And sometimes it's nice to crowdsource some of those creative decisions. All right, here we go. So if you guys have been part of my streams before, you know about the infamous tiny hands. I guess today we're gonna have tiny legs, aren't we? So essentially I do this because I don't want to lose my subdivision levels. I don't feel like reconstructing them. So instead what I do is I just make things really small and I squish them up. But it looks absolutely ridiculous, obviously. I was completely lost on how silly this is until I started streaming and you guys were like, what are you doing? And I'm like, oh yes, this thing that I do my construction but no one would know about, because once it's remeshed for 3D printing, it's just gonna become a blob, it's not gonna exist. And then Corey elaborates, and they say, I think it depends on what kind of story you want to tell with her. Rope or chain is fine either way. I agree with that. In this specific case, I agree with the direction you guys mentioned. I think rope is gonna be perfect. All right, let's start adding some of these rope details. I like doing this out of symmetry, and whenever you're using a curved brush, gosh, that's funny looking. Whenever you're using a curved brush, it's really important that you do not have subdivision levels, otherwise it just doesn't work. If you want any curve, so a curved brush is whenever you see these lines here. See this like red and black, I know my colors, this red and black dotted line? That is setting the path where the curve is going to be. And what's cool is once it's there, you can actually quickly interact with it. Let's say if I want to make it bigger without redrawing the shape. I can increase my draw size and click on it, and now it's bigger. It's pretty cool. You can also adjust more of the features here by going to your curve functions and modifiers. You can add a taper to it, you can change the size, you can do all kinds of fun stuff here. In this case, I just want normal, boring rope, but I like to tell you guys the options as well. All right, another cool thing you can do is if you click and drag, keep your stylus held down and hold shift, it will try to automatically wrap around whatever form you have. I find this works to varying success, but it usually does a somewhat good job. All right, we got some rope pieces here. And I think it'd be interesting if she had rope on her hands as well. I am regretting that I didn't buy a copy of this book of scary stories to reference, because that's what this is from. But that's okay. I have a really good reference image to go by, and again, the Patreon requester mentioned he specifically wants it to be reminiscent of Stephen Gammell's art. So I can do that. All right, that's looking pretty good. Let's add a few more rope details. See, like right here, it's not wanting to automatically wrap around the mesh. It works most of the time. Probably because it's a little too thin of a mesh. All right, we just won't worry about it then. But I do want to detail around her neck as well. There we are. I'm going to use my new Move Topological brush to kind of nudge these pieces together to make sure they overlap. There we are. Nerd says, I have a question about ZBrush if you know. Can you load it on more than one computer? Yes, I'm not quite sure how Maxon does the ZBrush seat license currently, but when Pixelogic was that owned the company, you could have each purchased license of ZBrush can be used on 2 computers. So you get 2 seats. I actually have both of those used. I have one copy of ZBrush on my MacBook and another one on my Windows computer. She's gonna have a pretty gaunt shape here, so I'm gonna start shaping the torso a touch. I want her to have a really long neck as well. So I'm gonna be pushing her collarbones down to achieve that. And then instead of just making the entire model really thin and fragile. I'll be really focusing on the general shapes and silhouettes to achieve that without just making her really brittle. That's one of the things when doing ghosts. They're so spindly, but you have to be really careful that you're not making the model hard to 3D print and handle. There we go. And this is kind of interesting because it's going to be a rotting ghost. So I'm going to be playing with different skin textures and like rot decomposition as we sculpt. You know, just a typical cozy Friday for me. I'm curious if you guys have anything planned for the weekend. I kind of touched on it earlier, but I think this is the weekend I'm going to build a loafing shed for my horse. It's not too cold here in Tennessee yet, but and horses can handle cold really well. I'm just concerned that when it rains and is cold, I don't want the combo. That's a bit much. Again, they're pretty sturdy animals, but I like to do what I can for them still. Alright, so there's some weird topology right here, especially on the edge. I want a nice smooth loop all the way around, and to achieve that, I can use ZRemesher and Same. So that will do a new blanket of topology here. See how this is a lot more usable than what it was before? There we are. I think I'm gonna have some of her belly showing so I can get some interesting, like emaciated looking details too, but we'll see. And then Darren says, oh, you're in Tennessee. I love Eastern Tennessee. And that's where I am. I'm just outside of Knoxville. I haven't been to the Western end as much. Same, but I'd also never been to Tennessee until I moved here. So just kind of packed up and moved across the country, which I know makes me sound probably very spontaneous and a risk taker, of which I am neither. It was quite the adjustment. I've been here for 8 months though, and I love it. Corey says, don't really have any plans except grocery shopping. Yeah, sometimes it's me too. I have a love-hate relationship with grocery shopping. It's I like doing it, but it's just the fact that we have to eat so many times a day. It was quite the realization when I'm like, oh my god, I have to cook multiple times a day for myself forever, which I know sounds really mundane, but I mean, I'm a pretty good cook too, but I'm cool with doing it like, you know, once every day or so, and I'm like, multiple times a day is a bit of a chore. Needless to say, I like to do a decent amount of meal prepping to make my days a bit simpler. The downside is that I love fresh food, so I still do cook quite a lot. All right, I still don't think her neck is long enough. So let's go ahead and get that look. There we go. So in this beginning stage of sculpting, you're really just trying to find all of your primary shapes and forms. So I'm focusing heavily on the silhouette. A nice trick to check your silhouette quickly is you can turn off your poly paint and then just move it straight to black. It's a little easier to kind of see like what this is looking like. Obviously she's not posed, so she has this really stiff like T-pose look. I'm mostly looking at like her proportions and how all of these pieces are going to drape on her. I'm thinking about doing some cloth simulation during this stream as well. I'll see if I feel like I need it. Usually just the gizmo modifiers are pretty powerful, so I don't end up needing to do that. bit more visual interest here by adding some gradients to the clothing here. Again, it's not necessary. It doesn't affect the 3D print unless you have a fancy color 3D printer. But I like to do it because it just adds some visual interest as I'm designing. You can start making these ropes a bit yellowish too, and that'll be kind of like a nice contrast to all these blue tones that we have. I won't be doing too much with these ropes until I have a specific pose in mind. And that's because the ropes are really going to be mostly a tool that I use to make the pose more interesting and more eye-catching, because I can translate a lot of movement through them. Nerd says for the weekend, I'll be painting some minis with my kids. That sounds like a lovely time. I need to paint more of my minis. All right, let's give her some longer, spooky fingernails. To do that, I'm going to grab my move brush and just drag these fingers down. I especially don't mind if they come out a little broken or crooked, since she's like a rotting ghost. There we are. I think a lot of the appeal for this model is going to be asymmetrical details and different rags and tears and textures. And like always, I'm thinking about these models and how they're going to paint with a wash specifically, because that's about where my painting skills are limited. I haven't done a lot of painting practice, so unexpectedly I'm not super good at it yet. I kind of mentioned at the beginning of the stream, but I've actually been spending a lot of my time learning how to crochet little like stuffed animals. So when I'm done doing this hobby, I'll probably spend more time on painting minis again. That says for the weekend, they'll be grilling and smoking while running a homebrew for the fam. Ooh, that sounds so good. Yeah, when we were still, my husband and I were still in California, we had a smoker that we used quite a bit. We had a friend of a friend who bought this really fancy Traeger smoker, and it caught on fire the first time I used it, which is quite impressive. Like, it's not that hard to use a smoker, really. But yeah, it caught on fire, and they got discouraged, and so they let it catch on fire and burn out, and then they left it in the rain, so it got all rusty and gross, and they're gonna throw it away. My husband's very handy, and he was like, oh, give it to me. So he grinded all the rust off, refinished it, and then we had a smoker for a while. It looked darn near brand new. But then moving across the country, we were like, okay, we're already taking pretty much like the entire garage, and we had some very large tools we're bringing with us, like a CNC, and that did not make the cut. But we've been here in Tennessee for a little bit, and it's probably about time to buy or make another one. And then Corey asked, what is a wash? Oh yeah, I kind of just said that very simply, didn't I? So many paints are already thinned down a lot more than like normal paints you'd use, like acrylic or even thicker than that, being like oil paints. A wash is an especially thin paint. You can lay just like you can pretty much dunk your mini in it. But anywhere where you put a wash, it settles into all of like the grooves and the cracks on the model and pretty much acts as like a really quick shade. So yeah, it's almost like adding ambient occlusion to your model at like a single swash of a paintbrush. It's very cool, and it's about the entire existence of my painting skills, and that's also why I bought contrast paints, because that's what they do. They all kind of behave like a wash. Very good question. I do my best to kind of explain the terminology of what I'm doing, but every now and then I forget to elaborate on finer details like mini painting, because again, I've been doing this for years, and when you've been in it for a while, some of it starts to feel normal to talk about. It's a pet peeve of mine though, when people just use acronyms all the time or specific terminology. So definitely ask questions and be like, what does that mean? All right, looking spookier here. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna duplicate this entire skirt. I'm gonna delete half of it. And this is where some of the fun comes in. We can start just taking these pieces and moving them around to see what kind of silhouette we can get here. go too far with this until I've just had her pose, because again, the fabrics are going to complement the pose. She's kind of turning out almost a little bit too elegant, but don't worry. Once we're done sculpting her face, she's not going to look elegant at all. Isn't it incredible what some layers can do? And if you're looking at this and you're new to the stream, you're like, oh my goodness, this isn't 3D printable at all. You are correct, and more than correct. Check this out. It's not even real. So if I flip over the mesh, it's not even real on the opposite side. That's because we're like in the construction phase right now. We're at a single thickness of polygons, which means they only are present on one side. So I turned double on just so I can have a visual. Later on, we're gonna extrude these pieces to have thickness, and that's where the 3D printability comes in. It just gives me a lot more control. I could work with thickness the entire time, but I like to add it after the fact. It just kind of keeps my work process really clean and simple. And then Des mentioned they'll be barbecuing butts and ribs. That sounds delicious. Isn't the cut of meat that's called a butt actually a shoulder? I always found that funny. Sai says, at some point, could you tell us about your move? Sometimes when you mention it, it sounds like striking out for adventure. Sometimes it sounds like you're on the run for the law. I mean, why can't it be both? No, I'm just kidding. So let's do a quick little break here, because I think it'll be hard for me to multitask with this one. Yeah, so I grew up my entire life in California, specifically in a smallish town called Hanford, California, which is about an hour south of Fresno. I went to college in Fresno, I got my mechanical engineering degree, and then I was an artist full time. I think we make really good money, especially because it's just Ricky and I, we don't plan on having children. And it was comfortable, but California is very expensive to live in, and specifically our rent just absolutely spiraled out of control. So we were paying $950 a month. Oh, I got a new subscriber. Thank you. I'm glad that my life story here isn't too tedious. Thank you, Kenneth. But yeah, so we were paying $900 a month for a small studio apartment, and I loved it. I thought it was great. And 2 years later, they decided to remodel as luxury apartments, which pretty much just means they put in new laminate floors, and that's it. And I'm not kidding, our rent went up to $1,800. Not in that specific location. We actually moved to get away from the rent increase, and then where we moved to was also really expensive. So yeah, I was paying almost $2,000 a month just in rent. I could not afford to exist, y'all, and I couldn't figure out a path out of it. I was working ridiculous hours with art, and we're making good money. I mean, seriously, if I went in and got an engineering job, it was like comparable pay. And I was like, if we continue to live as we're living here, we're never gonna have a house, and that's a huge bummer to us because Ricky and I are a bit of, we do a lot of outdoor stuff, and we really wanna have land as well. I have a horse, and it's nice to have a horse on property. I also want to have chickens and goats and all kinds of stuff like that. At some point, I'd like to take and rescue animals as well, and I can't do that in the city. And a lot of houses in California are having trouble with water and wells and all kinds of issues. So we had a friend that was moving out to Tennessee, and they're military, and they're pretty much never home, and they're like, we need someone to come with us. So we actually live with another couple in a house out here. There's 4 of us total, 2 sets of couples. And yeah, we lived here for 8 months, and for the last month or so, all 4 of us are finally together. But because they're military, they're constantly going on deployments and missions and stuff like that. So we kind of maintain the property and the acre, and I get to have my horse here, built a fence for the first time. That was cool. And it's just been beautiful. And the big thing is I'm like, I might not like living in Tennessee, but if I don't try, I'm never gonna know. So here I am. And it was very scary. I cried the entire way out of California, mostly because I really love my dad, and he's still there. But it was worth it, and I'm a little emotional because the holidays are coming up, so it feels a little weird. But I know I made the right decision, and if I ever want to change my mind, I could always move back. But I'm glad that I did it, and here we are. That's how I moved 2,200 miles across the country without having a huge plan to do so originally. And the couple we moved across the country with, I met in college, and we actually lived with them briefly in college as well. So it wasn't like a brand new person I've never met or anything, but that's kind of the life story of why I moved. I never had any plans to, but I just could not afford to exist. And even though Ricky and I definitely have things I consider like luxury hobbies, like I own a horse and or I guess we both own a horse, and he's also really into off-roading, so we have a little like off-road car. It was just our day-to-day stuff. We very much so live within our means and we don't spend a lot, and it was just so disheartening. Like, we couldn't afford to do anything. I mean, so at the end of living in California, we bought a diesel truck because we tow quite a lot, whether it's towing the horse somewhere or, again, this off-road car I keep talking about. For those that are familiar, it's called a Can-Am Maverick, so if you know, you know. But yeah, at the end there, diesel was $7 a gallon, which is absolutely criminal, y'all. Out here, we can get a gallon of diesel for $2.20. That is with the Buc-ee's discount if you buy a car wash. But again, it's under $3, so we were just feeling really trapped, and it really sucked. So, yeah. Hope that kind of gives some context to when I mentioned Tennessee, moving across the country, that's what I'm talking about. Corey says, yeah, I have no idea how anyone can afford to live in California. Yeah, they don't. They don't, is the short of it. I mean, they can. Like, my dad does very well for himself. He has a government job, and he actually works for the Weather Service. And then I guess she's my stepmom. I don't call her mom because I was too old for that transition to call her mom. But like, they've been together forever, so she is mom essentially. But anyway, she works at Costco. Love them both dearly, and they do very well for themselves. They're also both scuba divers. Fun fact you guys didn't know, I'm also scuba certified. I've been scuba diving in the Philippines, which I think it was just a really cool trip. And we went there because my dad's wife, again, they're not married, but like they might as well be. That's where she grew up, so it was really cool. It was like we did a lot of scuba diving, and she got to see a lot of her family she hadn't seen in years, so it was a really good time. I don't mind talking about myself. I don't normally talk about myself a lot, like in social situations, so it feels a little presumptuous to just talk about my personal life to you guys. But if you find it interesting, I'm not shy at talking about it, and I have no problem. I have a healthy boundary of what I think is appropriate to talk about and what isn't. My point is, the stream is partly your guys' too. So by default, I'm happy just to kind of talk about exactly what I'm sculpting and techniques. But if you guys have questions about things you want to hear about, and my opinions on things or whatever, I'm happy to share that. And again, if there's anything that I don't feel like talking about, I just would tell you guys. So don't feel like you're going to step on toes or anything like that. I know I probably come across as pretty sweet and stuff, but I'm very good with boundaries, and I'm not, it's the same way you guys can give suggestions for the model. I'm not going to feel pressure to do them. I'll take it with a grain of salt. And then Corey says, Sai says, thank you for sharing. Yeah, I'm glad that you found it interesting. Corey says, that's cool. Underwater stuff is way too scary. It can be, but again, when you get scuba certified, you go through a bunch of courses and stuff. So it's not just like, they don't just throw you in the water and hope for the best. Oh, another person subscribed. I swear I've seen your username before though. You look familiar. I wonder if you guys subscribe and unsubscribe and keep redoing it, if it keeps popping up new notifications. I don't mind at all. I love the little alerts I have planned on my stream. I think they're super fun. Very off topic. Thank you for supporting the channel. Thank you for subscribing. Oh yeah, you just waved. Hi. I'm not gonna call you. Your name doesn't make sense. Like just as a word. I'm just call you Y. How about that? Thanks for being here. All right, we're almost done with our first 30 minutes here, and I managed to block out a very interesting silhouette while also telling my life story of the last 8 months. So I would say that was a very productive 30 minutes. If I do say so myself. Alrighty. Oh, Yard is fine. Perfect. I'm going to say that and say, thank you for being here, Yard, and thank you for subscribing. I swear I recognize your username somewhere. I swear. Alrighty, I also want to add some hair, and I have this really lovely hairbrush I got from Danny Mac, also a fantastic artist. I usually will use this as a detail brush, so I'll sculpt a lot of the hair from scratch and create like my hair blob, and then I'll go with the Danny Mac brush and add it for detailing and layering. But in this case, she's going to be so spindly and scary looking, there will be no hair blob. There will just be residual creepy hair strands, so that'll be a little different than my usual process. I'll need to be very careful with this too to make sure it's printable. So normally what I do is I obviously work in symmetry because I want lots of hair, but not in this case. Something else I like to do is adjust the stroke. So by default, when using a curve brush, it kind of like smears and grabs onto the head, and we don't always want that. The way you can change that is going to picker and changing the depth from continuous Z to once Z. Anyone that's new here, I teach ZBrush as well. There's links in the description, it's pinned everywhere. But anyway, that's why I like to be very detailed in my process here, because a lot of my students will re-watch my live streams and kind of follow along to make their own characters. So I'm always trying to really explain my thought process and how things are happening. Another reminder to any students that are hanging out in the stream, lurking, or watching in the future, just a reminder, you guys can ask questions anytime. I am here to help you guys learn, and having a good question to ask is 90% of learning, seriously. All right, we have a spooky hair strand here, just one. We're gonna go ahead and duplicate this a few times around the head. A nice duplication trick in ZBrush is to bring up the gizmo with W, hold Command, or I believe it's Control on Windows, and while that's held down, you can click and drag off of any of these little like white corners you have. And there you go, you have another mesh that's quickly created within the same subtool. Nerd asks, what is your horse's name? His name is Spartan. He is a very good boy. He's a thoroughbred. He used to be a racehorse. His race name was Express Himself, which is based on that Madonna song, Express Herself. I guess the owners were Madonna fans. But yeah, he hasn't raced in a very long time. My horse is actually from Ireland, funny enough. I did not buy a super fancy horse. If you guys aren't familiar with the horse world, race horses are usually thoroughbreds, and after they are retired, they're shortened to OTTB, which is for off-track thoroughbred. They're super undesirable for the most part because they're really hot-headed and nervous off the track usually, and they require a more experienced hand, and they're really hard to get weight on. They're naturally very skinny, but I love horses. I have a decent foundation in horse training as well. And we were really good partners right away. And so now Spartan is fat and relaxed, and he can trail ride with the best of them. He's a really good boy. He takes good care of me. That was not the beginning of our story. The beginning of our story was like, did I buy something that's going to kill me? Did I just buy something that I shouldn't have? It's okay. It worked out. That's part of owning a horse. It's kind of the closest thing I can get to a real life dragon, you know? All right, we're almost done with blocking out this hair here. You know, I honestly still think she looks kind of pretty, but we haven't done her face quite yet. And yeah, guys, be careful when you ask me questions about horses, because I can talk about horses for a long time. And it's like, oh, were you one of those weird horse girls in middle school? Yes. Yes, I was. But more than that, though, I really like menial labor. It's fun when it's not your actual job, you know what I mean? But like, I joke about it, but like, for me, my meditation is mucking horse shit. I think it's the best time to go out and clean the pasture. It is zen for me. I really have a good time. And 90% of owning an animal, like a big animal like that, livestock, is chores. I don't spend very much time writing at all. There's plenty of other things that need to be getting done. Writing is not even secondary. It's like a tertiary hobby that happens occasionally. Boris is here, good morning. And then Leon is here. I believe that you're new. Hello and welcome. What is a good starting program to dip into 3D modeling? Would you recommend any programs? Oh yes, yes I would. So, if you are doing organic surfaces, ZBrush has a free version called ZBrush Mini Core. It is free. It's not ZBrush Core. It's ZBrush Mini Core or Core Mini, whatever. You'll know because it's free. It only has a couple brushes. You can play around. It's very simple and streamlined. If you're doing hard surface modeling, I recommend an in-browser software called Tinkercad. It's also very similar in how basic it is, and you can upgrade to some fancier software later. But when you're dipping your toe in, it's very important that you don't download like the full version of ZBrush. You're not gonna have fun in here. This is gonna make no sense to you at all because it's so overwhelming. So again, for hard surface modeling, I recommend Tinkercad, and for organic surfaces, I recommend ZBrush Core Mini. They're both free. They're both a good time. Great question. And if later you want to dip into character and creature design and whatnot, I do teach. I provide full one-on-one mentorship for ZBrush. Nerd says, work by hand you don't need to think about is the best brain work, right? That was a response to us talking about earlier that I like to clean the pasture and do menial labor. It brings me a lot of peace. Corey says, is that what they turn sculptors into? Yes, you're 100% correct. Yard says, I'm a big ZBrush main, but Blender is pretty good. Big learning curve if you're new. Oh yeah, I agree. Yard, I didn't know that you use ZBrush. That's so cool. If you're comfortable, I'd love to know what kind of stuff that you work on and sculpt on. I'm fascinated by how much these live streams naturally draw in other creators, and I just love to hear what you guys do and what you're working on. Having a really good stream with y'all. We just topped out on nearly 20 viewers, which is a really hot start to the stream. Thank you guys so much for being here. I love what I do. As you can tell, I am 100% a chatty Cathy. So if you guys have questions, let me know. I integrate it into the stream. It's a good time. For this next 30 minutes here, I'm going to first take a small break. And I've been working so slow, I don't need to get up and stretch or anything. My hand's feeling good. This next 30 minutes is going to be 100% dedicated to getting this face spooky. So let's do a quick recap on what the heck is going on here. So for anyone new, hi, my name is Mia. I sculpt 3D printable minis for a living. These can be printed as big as you want. I have some 3D prints off screen. So like the file that I use to print this and the tabletop scale, it's the same file. You can scale it up however you like, but I prioritize and specialize in tabletop scale. For today, I have a Patreon supporter that asked for a necrotic ghost. Specifically this beautiful illustration that was done by Stephen Gamble. His illustrations were used for that book you probably saw when you were in high school and middle school called Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark. So I'm creating a 3D representation of that. So yeah, that's what we're doing today. I grabbed some other references off the internet that I thought I also enjoyed and wanted to channel that kind of creative twist on. And there you go. That's what we're doing today. At the end, I'll be sharing the 3D printable file for free. Again, this is my livelihood, so the files aren't usually free, just at the end of the live stream. Yard says, characters. So that's what you work on. Cool. I'm here to steal tips for 3D prints. Nice. I'm looking to get more into 3D printing. It's just exploring the community, etc. Well, fantastic. You're in a great place to do exactly that. Any questions about 3D printing, please let me know. I've been doing it for years, and I've printed as many models as I've sculpted, so over 1,000. Sai says, I do most non-organic modeling, and I swear by Fusion 360. Oh yeah, Fusion 360 rocks. I wouldn't recommend it for someone that's first dipping their toes in the 3D world. It's pretty overwhelming, but it does rock. Yard says, she's horrendous. I love it. Aw, thank you. That's the reference we got, and that's what we're now going to channel. Alrighty. Let's get sculpting, shall we? So the first thing I'm going to do is we're going to open her mouth a bit here. To do that, I'm going to grab Move Topological, and we're going to kind of just wiggle this mesh right here. There we go, we have a small gap. I'm going to go ahead and smooth to open it a little bit more. There we go. And I'm just creating a rough mouth shape that I want her expression to be, and then I can adjust her teeth to fit within it. Again, she's going to be rotting, so it's going to be very spooky and Wow, this is awesome already. Very cute. Leon says, I tried Blender before, but it's kind of clunky. Maybe I was a bit impatient. Honestly, I think it's both. I am not a... I don't like Blender. And I don't have a lot of good reasons to not like Blender. I didn't like it. I didn't like it. Corey says, more head leashes today. You know it. And then Nerds being very sweet says, welcome. I 3D print professionally and as a hobby. I love it so much. It's a great community. It really is. Hey, someone new is here. Hello, hello. Sparky. Hello from Australia. Couldn't sleep, so fun to join you live for a change. Oh, how fun. Well, hey, good to have you here live too. If you have any questions about what I'm doing, let me know. Sounds like you kind of tuned in and lurked around before or caught my streams after the fact, so you probably know what's going on roughly, but always happy to answer questions and clarify. All right, let's go ahead and adjust the teeth here. To do that, I'm gonna hide the mesh. Ooh, that's a cute look. And we're gonna select just the teeth. All right, what else is selected here? Ah, her shoulders, that's why. So I knew something else was masked because the pivot point will naturally center on the gizmo and it was centering way off the teeth, so that's why I went and investigated. I'm pretty happy with the teeth as they are. I would like to add a little more asymmetry to them. I also want to poly paint them. How about a nice yellowy orange? Ah, yes, very nice. All right, let's go ahead and make the teeth a little more crooked. I can do this pretty quickly by going in with Move Topological. It will automatically grab individual meshes if they're there. If your mesh is just one piece, this is not going to work. I think if she was missing some teeth, this would be an especially good model for it. Really just pulling her teeth around and making them look really broken and distorted. Lovely. All right, let's continue working on her features here. I'm gonna use the standard brush to start carving out some of these forms. She's gonna be pretty much a skull. So I'll be removing any areas where fat and tissue naturally builds up. Your nose is mostly cartilage, so I believe that would be pretty eaten away as well. Oh yes, very cute face. Lovely. We're also going to remove quite a bit of her eyelids. Because again, rotting ghost. This is kind of making me think about the godlings from Witcher 3, just slightly. It's something about the eyes. Yeah, oh, what's his name from Witcher 3? Oh, Johnny. I haven't played that game in a hot minute. It's about time to replay Witcher. Yeah, what a cutie. Excellent. Told you guys I like sculpting scary stuff as well. I get pretty good at it too. So you'll notice I'm working very low poly. It just gives me a bit more control over my forms. All right, I think she's looking lovely. Let's go ahead and complement that beautiful face with some greasy, sparse hair strands. So what's nice about this brush that I use is that each one of these clumps is actually a conglomeration of clumps. Oh, we have a new subscriber. Thank you, Damien. I appreciate it. I made my screen on the other one much larger so I can finally see when you guys subscribe because I've been missing it and I feel bad. I went out of my way to make sure like something pops up on the screen, but I try to catch it because I don't know. I think it's cool to acknowledge y'all directly. Alrighty, so what we're going to do is grab the Move Topological brush again, and we're going to start splitting apart some of these strands. I need to be careful with this because again, this is going to be 3D printed and we really want this to not be too fragile. I have some tricks to make this more stable later on, but I want to make sure I don't get too far ahead of myself. I really appreciate how many of y'all have subscribed to this stream and liked it. It helps so much. Again, it just spreads me throughout the YouTube world and it really helps. Leon says, do you have a schedule for streaming or is it spontaneous? I have a very consistent schedule. I stream Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. Eastern time is when I begin. This is my second week of full-time streaming. Actually, today is the second exact full week, so yay! Next week, I'm planning on another full schedule. I always post on my socials and my Discord, all the kind of stuff of what my schedule is going to be. But as of now, it's Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. Eastern time for the foreseeable future. So yeah, great question. The most fail-safe way is just to subscribe because then YouTube should yell at you when I stream. But if not, just have a good memory. Hey, Oshi's here. Hello, welcome. And it says, congrats. Thank you. I'm really proud of myself. Again, I'm a hard worker, but there's something about being on camera, 5 days a week. I was very, very worried about it. I just didn't want to get too worn out or burned out because there's something about streaming that kind of feels like, it's kind of like putting on a performance, you know what I mean? It's really hard to explain. I actually had someone yesterday ask me about live streaming and what it's like and how to do it for the first time. And I almost didn't know what to say. I was like, oh yeah, I'm so new to streaming as well. So if you guys have any recommendations on how to improve the stream, let me know. Because I'm always trying to do new things to make it better. I got lots of things written down in a notebook that I have planned for y'all. I'm hoping to start implementing as early as this weekend. So we'll see. It's pretty impressive how much messing up the hair a bit, how much more interesting it makes this model. All right, and I want to see if I can grab a few of these hair strands and stick them to the front of her face as a nice little creepy detail. Let's go ahead and shorten it up. Again, I want to be creepy and not necessarily edgy, I don't want her to look broody, I just want her to look gross. So right now I'm smoothing the form a bit here to straighten it out, and I can add some volume back in by using inflate, and then have a nice taper again by using the pinch brush. Yeah, right now I think it's just getting in the way. It's not really improving the silhouette, but I think it's close. There we go. I really want to have these hair strands kind of smear and stick to her face. It kind of looks like they're wet almost. I'm getting a little more focused in actually getting some sculpting done, but definitely feel free to ask questions still. I just might be a little less chatty as I try to zero in here. I think having this strand of hair overlap and showing some skin right in the center, that'll be a nice creepy touch. There we go. That's coming together. I'm toying with mirroring it on the other side of the face. Nah, I think it looks good just where it's at. ZBrush was not happy with me moving around so quickly. That's okay. This is why I have my quick stays obsessively every 3 minutes. I think I was kind of overworking that mesh anyway. There we go, very nice. She's looking horrifying. One of the best tricks to make this 3D printable and adding some thickness where you need it is to grab the move brush and back face mask. And what that does is whatever angle I have the camera on, if I click and drag just in one direction, otherwise you can really distort this, really adds a nice thickness and closes up any gaps. I use that technique all the time during these streams. So if you're wondering, like, I'm sure spending a lot of time on these 2 hair strands but not anything else, there's a couple of reasons for that. One, it's on her face, so it's going to have more of a focal point. But 2, when you nail little details like this, it can add a lot of personality to models. So that's why I'm focusing on it so much. I think I nailed it. I think this is the look that I want. There we go. I like the idea of this sitting on the edge of her cheekbone here. You can really see how distorted it is. There we go. So what's interesting is this model is reading really well and really spooky, but there's no fine details yet. This is something I have to remind my students of all the time. Fine details come last. As you sculpt more models, you can kind of like break some rules and detail little areas right away and then move on. But in the beginning especially, it's so important that you move throughout your entire model and always reviewing how all these pieces are fitting together. If you do that, you'll just end up with a much more cohesive character. I think it'd be kind of interesting if I had some ropes kind of interlacing on the back here. I'm not even sure how they're going to attach. I just know that I think I'd like to see that. This is another detail that I'll need to be careful of to make sure it's not too much of a pain after everything is posed. Speaking of, we're getting very clear to posing. Usually that's reserved for later in the character, but since this character, so much of the personality lies in this spooky, leering pose, that I'm going to be doing it sooner than later. Looking pretty spooky. I like it. I like it a lot. This section of hair is honestly looking a little too nice. So let's go ahead and delete some of it. There we go. I like that better. Can't have her looking too pretty. All right, let's go ahead and detail this face. To do this, I have 3 main brushes. Largely, it's going to be damp standard and standard, but I'll also be using clay to bulk up some forms here. And then non-sleeper is also mentioning more about the schedule that I do. And yeah, it's usually about 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. roughly. Nerd says, thanks for the info on ZBrush Mini. I just downloaded it and I'll have fun playing with it today. Oh, how cool. Yeah, have fun. And then again, if you ever want to like really bulk up and go into the big version of ZBrush, I teach. It's all one-on-one mentorship. I do have my own classes that, and like lessons and videos I'll have you guys watch that I made. But for the most part, that's not really the appeal. It's the fact that you can directly ask me questions. I do think it's valuable to learn how to troubleshoot software on your own. But in the beginning, most of my students are asking questions like how to open or save a file. And you're not gonna be, it's not an interesting critical thinking decision. It's just frustrating and annoying. And that's where it's nice having a mentor like myself, because I can just tell you in like 2 seconds instead of like 10 minutes of frustration over something that's not even like a very satisfying thing to figure out. You want to save all that brain power for interesting creature design choices and stuff like that. Also a reminder that you can do hard surface modeling in ZBrush as well. There's a Z modeler tool that's quite robust, and I honestly don't even use it enough. It's such a cool tool. Okay, let's go ahead and detail this face. I'm going to be putting solo on, even though it's very jarring to look at. And the reason why I'm doing that is because if you sculpt with ZBrush and all the subtools turned on, let's say if I draw a line right here, it's not going to interact through subtools. See how there's a gap right here? That's because there were strands of hair there. So that's why you'll see me sculpting in solo a lot. I do think it's probably time to add another stamp though, huh? All right, we're gonna go ahead and do that. I think we've made some lovely progress here. Thank you guys for being part of it, and thank you again for helping me decide on, there we go, decide on using rope instead of chain. I really think the organic touch suits the character a little bit better. Nerd says, your class is my plan. Oof, I'm really excited. So in the last 2 weeks, I have gained quite a few students. On average, I have between 20 to 30, enough to fill a classroom, but nothing gigantic. As this mentorship program grows, I am thinking about doing live streams just for students on weekends, because a lot of you guys work on, not work, but like do your hobbies and creative activities on weekends. So yeah, just letting you guys know that I'm toying with that idea, especially if you guys need a bunch of stuff demoed live. What I could do is I could queue up a bunch of things my students need to see, like how to sculpt hair, armor, and I could do a stream every weekend where I do a live demo and I can timestamp all of these things in real time. So it's an idea that I'm toying with. Sai says, Whispers, remember to take breaks. I have not taken a single break. Okay, yes. All right, we're gonna take a brief 2-minute break here. I say 2 minutes because I'm usually pretty quick. Normally, I actually turn off the stream entirely. I don't know if I really need to refill my water or anything though. Yeah. All right. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna take a 5-minute break. And let's go ahead and reset. I'll just put it on the timer here so I remember. Here, it wants to be part of this other piece. There we go. Okay, set that for 5 minutes. And now I will actually take a proper 5-minute break. Go me. So the big thing about taking breaks, it's not so much just like preventing burnout. It's actually really important when you're sculpting a character. Like I do a character start to finish on stream, right? It's even more important that I don't look at the model for a couple minutes at a time. It quite literally refreshes your eyes, and I'll come back to it and I'll see issues and I'll see silhouette pieces that should be stronger, stuff like that. For 2D artists, a really common thing they'll do is flip their canvas. I can't do that as easily in 3D, and I'm also working in symmetry, so I don't necessarily need to do that. But this is my version of that, is just putting a big timer on the screen and then not looking at the model. If you guys have any questions, now especially be a great time to ask them, because I'm not allowed to work. Non-sleeper reminded me to save. It's saving automatically right now. My quick saves are so aggressive. I don't think I have dropped a hard save for this model yet, but again, I have like 20 quick saves already. Appreciate you guys being here. This is another really lively stream. Subscribing and liking the live stream super helps, and so many of you guys have already done that. So it's really cool. It's been a really fun couple weeks to kind of watch like my YouTube community grow and see more of you. I've actually learned quite a few things from streaming too. As I mentioned earlier, I have quite a few creators that tune in, and specifically creators that also use ZBrush. So there's a couple new hotkeys that I now know that I never knew before. So it's been nice. 5 minutes feels like so long when I'm not sculpting. Gonna relax my brain. Hans is here. Hello and welcome. Check out the Pomodoro technique. Oh yeah, I lived that in college. That's the only way I got through. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's very similar to what you're talking about. Getting your head in different space for a few minutes helps with productivity. Absolutely. I believe the Pomodoro technique, like the default one, is 25 minutes of 5 minutes. It was that ratio. I should really know because I used it hundreds of times to get my engineering degree. But that's also partly because I hated a lot of my projects. So I could grin and bear it for 20 minutes at a time. Sai says, a weekend stream would be great for me. That's when I get to be creative. Okay, I'll really think about that. Again, I've had a big influx of new mentorship students lately, and I know the live streams are invaluable for you guys. So maybe I'll do like a dedicated Saturday stream where it's especially focused on students and you guys asking questions. If I finish a model, great. If I don't, it doesn't matter. I'm there to help you guys learn. That is my priority on weekends. So I'll talk to my husband about that and we'll see if I can move my schedule around a bit. Yeah, Han said, yep, 25 and 5. I thought I got it. Corey says, shout out to the hubby for his work on the stream as well. Yes, you've got a lot more interactive thingies on here. I do, and he set all of that up. So my husband, excuse me, his name is Ricky, and we're high school sweethearts. So we've been together for 10 years, more than 10 years. We celebrated 10 year in September. September 33rd. I'm not great with dates. I'm not the anniversary person. I did other nice things. I'm trying to defend myself here. I'm just not good with dates. It's just not my thing. And he's not either. We actually celebrated our 7-year anniversary twice in a row. Anyway, M3DM is short for Mia's 3D Models. However, really it's me and my husband. We both do this full time and collaborate on this. And then I missed a question from Oshi. Let's scroll up a second. They ask, do you and your husband play D&D? And do you have a favorite campaign that you have played? My husband does not play D&D. I do sparingly, but not a ton. I largely play single player campaigns like Baldur's Gate, Dragon Age. I am losing my marble over the new Dragon Age game. It's fantastic. I could not care less about YouTubers that are bitching about it. I like what I like. I think it's weird that YouTubers that do video games are so negative all the time. I'm like, I get that they get more views and likes, but I'm like, what a pathetic business to run, truly. When all you do is create negative content, I'm like, whatever. I'm enjoying the game a lot. If you guys are interested in Dragon Age at all, I think you'd have an absolute blast with it. And I'm like an OG fan. Like, I have an outrageous amount of hours in the first 3 games. So yeah, I probably know more lore about Dragon Age than I do US history. Probably shouldn't brag about that. I'm not bragging, it's just true. Anyway, I really didn't play D&D much until the pandemic. And right before it hit. So I got into a couple groups and then we couldn't meet in person anymore because of COVID, right? So I have some online games that we do one-shots every now and then, but to be honest, they're fine. They're not my absolute favorite thing to do. I'm still trying to find like a group that I super gel with, that has like a really good balance of role play and combat. I'm a newer player in D&D, so I'm a little shy, and it's hard for me to kind of find areas to roleplay and say things. Like I know I'm pretty bubbly, and I talk a lot on stream because it's just me, but in social settings, I have a hard time striking a balance. I'm either the center of attention or not attention at all, so sometimes in-person games are a little intimidating for me. Corey says, what do you consider outrageous in terms of hours? Well, I guess I don't have a specific number. I don't want to say a number. Let's just say that each campaign, each Dragon Age game takes at least 60 hours to complete, and I've beat each, not Dragon Age 2, but Origins and Inquisition for sure. And I've beat each of the 3 games at least 3 to 5 times each. At least. So. I also have like the Dragon Age like art books and stuff, so I spent a lot of time like going through those books and practicing my sketching and stuff like that. So I've just spent a lot of time in the Dragon Age world as a whole. But yeah, to answer your question just bluntly, I mean hundreds. I'm shy about the thought that I've reached 1,000 hours, but I know I have, because Dragon Age Inquisition came out 10 years ago, so that's a lot of time to fill, okay? Alright, I see my break is over, so let's get back to it. Thanks for hanging out with me, guys. I get shy when I'm not sculpting on stream. I feel like it's less interesting when I'm just talking about myself, but you guys all hung out still, so that was cool. Thanks. You know, it's funny because, like, I'm a pretty confident and self-assured person. Like, I don't think I'm boring or anything. I see streams as something that I'm supposed to show you guys how to sculpt things. So if I'm not sculpting, I'm not fulfilling my stream purpose, it feels like sometimes. So I'm surprised you guys are interested in me talking about other things. I like it. Non-sleeper says, I have about 2,800 hours and 7 days to die. I really appreciate someone coming out and putting a ridiculous number of hours in the game. Right? Like, yeah, I'm for sure over 1,000 hours. Okay. Han says, everyone has different social battery capacities too. Oh God, mine is so small too. Drains faster when you're really laboring to converse with folks you don't have much in common with. It's true, and like, it's weird because I like when people are super into stuff and they love stuff, but when it comes across really like blunt, it gets like this really stale. People usually use the word cringe, but most people that are passionate about things, I don't find it cringy. I love that they're doing that. I find it cringy when it's not fitting the setting. Like, here's a good example. I've played in a lot of D&D groups where something serious is happening, and I'm definitely that player that I'm like, this is serious, we're thinking about it. And then it's like a super crude joke, and I'm like, that didn't fit in with the vibe here at all. Like, that's the kind of stuff I don't like. That's what really it exhausts me and right away. It feels like dealing with children. Anyway. Sai says, those are reasonable numbers. I've definitely broken 1,000 hours in Elder Scrolls. And then Corey's like, oh, you haven't scratched the surface yet. Okay, you guys are making me feel much better. Thank you. Again, like, I'm still shy talking about, like, I play a lot of video games, and it's not super socially palatable, but you are my people. Like, this is my group. I know you guys get it. Anyway. Oh, Ella's here. Hello, Natalie. I play mostly offline, so Steam doesn't track my hours, but I think I have over 1,000 hours in Baldur's Gate 3. Oh yeah, you're like the Baldur's Gate queen. And I for sure have more than that in Skyrim. Yeah, that makes sense. Gosh, I haven't sculpted in a hot minute. You guys are distracting in the best way. Okay, we're gonna set a new timer for 30 minutes. I'm gonna set a goal. We're gonna do it. But I'm still gonna talk with you guys. This is a good time. Thank you guys for being here. Okay, how do I reset this without bringing this whole thing back? I don't know if there's a way. That's fine. Doop. There we go. All right, we have 30 minutes on the clock. We're gonna pose this model. Let's go. Ooh, I need to sculpt her face first. We're gonna detail her face and pose. All right, let's see. That was a very, very nice break, though. So I was talking about D&D earlier and like what I found tedious and difficult people to play with. I've actually played quite a few one-shots with Ella here, Ella's Arcana Minis, and she is so much fun to play with. Oh my goodness. Ella is probably one of the most witty and like quick to move the story along in like an appropriate way that I've like ever seen. Like, you are so much fun to play with. And as I mentioned before, like, I'm a little like newer to D&D, and she definitely picked up on that, and she would find reasons to incorporate my character into situations, and it was so nice. I definitely needed the nudge too. And she also does funny voices. People that like use voices and like accents when they play D&D characters, I have like a special admiration for. Corey says, I've got multiple thousands of hours in games like Diablo 3 or Grim Dawn or any of the ARPGs, and a nonsensical amount of World of Warcraft. That checks out 100%. World of Warcraft is like known for that. Diablo 4, I know I have about 500 hours in. I haven't played the most recent season, and I really want to. Yeah, it's even funny now that you guys are being like super sweet. I'm not so shy. I'd be like, oh yeah, I know how many hours. I'm like, suddenly I know. Give it time. I bet you guys, in like a year after me streaming and stuff, I'll be talking about this stuff much more readily. All right, we're bulking up some of these features here. I'm going with the damn standard brush first, because I really want to find where these lines are at. All right, I'm pretty confident in all the forms that I have here. Let me make sure this ear is actually separated from the neck. There we are. All right, let's start adding some fine details and ridges using the standard brush. And then Alice says, stop, I'm blushing. You're so fun to play with too. Thank you, I'm glad. It's easy when I have someone like you taking the lead, honestly. Yes, duh, and Non-Sleeper mentions Ella is an awesome ZBrush artist as well. Also true, and she has campaigns going on Kickstarter pretty frequently and new projects and goodness. If you guys Google Ella's Arcana Minis, you're gonna find it. There's a lot of good stuff there. And then Michael says, Grim Dawn is amazing and underrated. Yeah, I don't know a whole lot about that. So it must be underrated. Oh, someone new is here. Hello, Dr. Garbanzo. As in like garbanzo bean? That's so fun. I'm gonna call you Garbanzo. Never played Dragon Age, but the artwork on the endgame achievement card thingies are amazing. I agree. It is like my soul game. I highly recommend it. Ella mentioned I do play a lot of D&D though. I'm truly out here living the dream, and I get to use my own stuff I've made in my games, which feels so validating. I bet I have played in quite a few in-person games before I moved across the country, and yeah, we didn't really use minis. It was so weird. I'm like, I am a professional. Like, I got the goods. I got the stuff, but we never used them. So I think that kind of sucked too. It was weird. It's like my own D&D group didn't seem to understand what I did for a living, and that was jarring for me because I'm like, this is the people that should understand. I don't know. Hey, Voxel's here. Hello, welcome. My Friday streams are always pretty lively, but it's always energizing and nice to look forward to. Thank you guys for being here, subscribing, and liking the stream. It helps a ton, and yeah, it's just a good time. I can also see when you guys like put the little emojis on there. I think it's funny. Like in the corner of my eye, I just see like little confetti things. All right, I kind of have an interesting texture I want to do for her face here. Let's see. I'm gonna try it out and then see if I actually like it. I also want to add some asymmetrical details here as I go because I want her to have this like rotten look. All right, let me look more at the concept art. So again, a little recap for people that are kind of swinging by. Today we're making a 3D representation from Stephen Gammell's famous art from Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark. And this is the image from it. So we're doing a 3D interpretation of this, again, loosely. This was a request from someone that supports me on Patreon, so thank you to Thanic. Oh, Ferret's here. Hello, hello. Hello, more ghouls. Yes, very spooky. It's been a spooky week. I think a lot of these requests came in during October, so people were kind of prepping for that. Corey says, I find it interesting that after watching Do the Ghoul the other day, I see a lot of similarities here. Oh, absolutely. You can kind of see the way that I structure things, and I have a pretty coherent style now, so they'll definitely be friends. They'll be buddies. Especially because I kind of painted them the same, too. All right, the twist on this one, though, is that it's going to be rotten and a ghost. So there's going to be some ethereal wispiness to it, but as well as some like gritty, gross details as well. So let's go ahead and get some more of that rotting texture in. I have a really lovely VDM brush to help me out with this. As I mentioned, like always, these are really good to help block things out. If you don't know how to sculpt this yourself though, these brushes are going to help you very much because you're not going to be able to push them to their full potential. And Ferret says, good afternoon or morning from the west. Yeah, I'm going to start just saying good day. I am blown away by, I get people from all over the world that watch these streams. I mean, I had someone from Australia, I don't know if they're still here, but they were here for a bit, which is really cool. And then, let's see. Oh, someone new is here. Hello, I'm gonna call you Jewel. Yeah, what program is this? This is ZBrush. And then this looks sick, spooky. Thank you. I do tabletop minis. So again, these are all gonna be 3D printed. I have a small one here, but I can also print them really big as well. And then also really funny, Corey says, now you gotta make a plushy crochet version. That's a reference to the beginning of the stream. I've been crocheting a ton. It's become like my new little obsession when I'm not sculpting. And yeah, these are all crocheted. This is Pierre, and this is Fred. And I am looking at how to make my own crochet designs because you guys know me, that's what I do. I make my own stuff. So it'll be a matter of time before I'm crocheting monsters as well. And then Jewel says, oh, you print them. That looks sick, like for D&D or something. That's exactly what it's for. So I do this full time. I'm very lucky to have a very large support following on Patreon. So people donate monthly and then I make sculpts for them. So yeah, that's kind of the cycle and I've been doing this for years. I've made 850 models at this point that are released just on Patreon for 3D printing. So yeah. Oh, another new person is here. My goodness, this is exciting. BT, hi. Those look great. Thank you so much. I don't know if you mean the crochets or the monster, but I'm gonna take it for both. Thank you. Jules, you have such like upbeat energy. I love it. All right, let's keep on going here. I'm gonna try to pay attention to the chat as well because we have kind of an influx of brand new people here. I'll like kind of roll out the carpet for y'all. It's always exciting to see new people around. All right, again, something really interesting about this model is that it's a ghost, but it's also rotting. So I need to show some of that decomposition. And then Nerd said, I just started your color prints. Oh, no kidding, I'm so excited. Okay, we're gonna do a brief jump over here because I gotta show this. So, Nerd 3D Printing was very generous and saw a print or a model that I'd sculpted on Instagram and they offered to print it in color. So that's really unusual because most 3D printers, and I mean like all 3D printers, do not print in color, but it is an option. So I sent them the file for this archer that I made. Check this out. And this is gonna be printed in color. So yes, in case you're new here, I do sculpt pretty things as well. I don't just sculpt monsters, but I really enjoy doing either. So yeah, this is now, that's what he's talking about. So yeah, I'm a little out of breath because there's lots going on. Hey, Dr. Garbanzo just subscribed. Thank you. I feel like each time you guys subscribe, it feels good. I feel like I earned it. Like I'm doing something interesting. So yeah, happy to have you part of the community. All right, let me scroll up. I'm missing the chat here. I appreciate you guys answering questions for me too. Because again, sometimes the chat kind of gets away from me. But yeah, this is ZBrush. This is the model that's going to be 3D printed in color. And yeah, probably get this shipped to me. And when that is a physical thing, I'll show you guys on live stream. All right, and then Voxel says, there are new inkjet printers that do color. Yeah, they're super cool. I think they're like 50 grand for the small ones. I do well for myself, guys. I'm a, what is it? Not prolific. That means I create a lot of work. I make good money as an artist. I'm very comfortable with that. I can't afford no 50 grand printer. I'm not doing that good. And then Hans is being very sweet. It mentions we have lots of people watching, and we could have more people like the stream as well. I appreciate either way. Business, whatever. Thank you guys. And the BT says, fascinating. How do you even start in something like this? Okay, I'm gonna take a break because you guys are offering great questions, and I really just want to kind of catch y'all up. So let me do that. Let's get our ghost back on here because she's beautiful. All right. We're at the 18-minute mark here. I'm going to answer your questions for the next 2 minutes or so. All right, so I started college in 2015 to get my bachelor's in mechanical engineering. Let me pause ads, make sure YouTube doesn't interrupt me. There we go. To get my bachelor's in mechanical engineering. I was good at it, but I didn't super love it. And then that Christmas, my dad gifted me a 3D printer. After printing stuff for about a couple months, I wanted to make my own stuff. So I started playing around in a free software called Sculpting. It's now called ZBrush Mini Core. And yeah, I started making my own D&D characters and stuff because I've always loved fantasy games like Dragon Age. Dragon Age is my bread and butter. That's like my favorite series of all time. And very quickly, people started commissioning me. I used to do commissions for $15, and that's partly why my request tier on Patreon is also $15. It's kind of a throwback. If you guys were to hire me commercial, for a commercial use model, I'm much more expensive. I'm like $600. But I find requests to be a really good win-win. So yeah, that's how I got into it, and kind of took off from there. The audience kind of formed around me, and it's been a very stable source of income, and I've been doing it full time since 2019. Alrighty. That is the gist of it. Doctor mentions, or I'm calling it Garbanzo because that's so fun. I'm learning Cinema 4D. Oh, fun. And dipping my foot into some 3D. Love to see the sculpting aspect. Yeah, and so I'm kind of like a twofold thing here. If you guys want models 3D print, I offer that on Patreon. And I have another one called M3DM Learn, where I teach you guys how to use ZBrush. Most of my students are completely brand new. So if you have an interest in that, links are in the description like usual. I've got two. Again, one's for models, one's for teaching. Hey, honey.
Hello.
Sounds good. That's my husband. He's grabbing stuff for a video he's working on, also for this channel. And then yeah, Nerd mentioned, yeah, more like 100K for a color 3D printer. Yeah, I don't have that kind of dough. That'd take me a few years to make. For design firms and medical devices. Very cool. And then Joel asked, yo, anyone got any good game suggestions? Just trying to relax before I gotta go. Let's see, for something that is kind of like relaxing and an easy game to get into, I like mindless stuff like Diablo. I've really been enjoying Diablo 4. And then Eric's here. Hey, welcome back. Morning, how's it going? Pretty darn good. I'm taking a short little break here because we had an influx of people and I'm just kind of answering questions. It's been about a couple minutes. All right, let me get back to it. And by no means do I feel pressure to answer all of your guys' questions, but when you're asking great questions, I cannot help myself. All right, I'm gonna bulk up some of this rotting texture with the clay brush. I'm gonna turn down the RGB intensity. There we go. Yeah, Fridays tend to be much more lively on stream. I already kind of toyed with the idea of changing my schedule instead of being Monday through Friday, instead of going Friday through the weekend. Because again, since my husband and I work for ourselves, we can kind of pick whatever schedule we want. So right now I'm really just bulking up the forms in this. This will be a pretty small detail on a miniature, but you'd be amazed at how much you can capture on 3D printers now. They've really, really improved. That being said, my painting skills haven't improved as much, so I still need these details to be very pronounced so I can paint them. I mentioned it earlier, but I rely on using a wash and contrast paints, which essentially just really thin paints that will naturally settle into all the crevices. And so as a result, it's important that these are nice and well-defined details. All right, I'm gonna start sculpting in some scarring that's gonna look both like rot, it's also gonna look like she's crying. I think it'd be a nice dual purpose. Eric says, awesome, liking the ghost. Thank you. Corey says, I enjoyed the last season of Diablo 4. I got the Spirit Born though, and they're just so bugged and overpowered, it was fun. That does sound like a good time. Yeah, the last character I did on Diablo, I played as the druid, and it honestly didn't really vibe with me, which I'm surprised, because usually anything druid's my favorites. So far my favorite's been the necromancer. I had the most, like, edgy, ridiculous, over-the-top look for her, and it was just a really good time. Ella says, you should post more what you paint. I really should. I forget about it, and I don't even keep a lot of the models that I paint, so... All right, I think that these crying details here are going to be key to this model. I'm running over these quite a few times with Dam Standard just to make sure that they're going to paint well. All right, let's do the same treatment for her neck. There we are. I don't want to get too detailed with her neck because I want the draw still to be her face. So if I just blanket this all in texture, it's going to be a little hard to read. As tempting as it is to do. I joke that more is more, but I don't actually mean it with most of my models. It's really important to find a balance and decide what do you want the focal point to be. I'm also going to bulk up this collarbone here. Really exaggerating this. It'll be a really nice paint catcher. Also going to push in that gap by her sternum. I have a very clear vision of what I want, and that's why I'm able to kind of block that in pretty quickly. Apparently a little too quickly. ZBrush was not digging that. Ella says, also, I'd like to announce to the class that I just now flawlessly painted 2 completely symmetrical eyeballs. That is a huge achievement. My God, painting mini faces is difficult. So unfortunately, I actually did a lot of those details quickly, and it looks like ZBrush didn't save a lot of it. On the plus side, I know exactly what I did, so we're gonna run through it again. I'll even drop a bookmark on this live stream part, because this will give me a chance to do it again. Alrighty. I think this would be an interesting detail to have kind of like this hole in her chest. I haven't really decided what I want like the lore for it to be, but I know I like the look. we are, looking nice. Now let's get those crying details back in here. I'm gonna go in a little more confident with these shapes this time. I'm always telling my students that don't mumble when you sculpt. Really commit to what forms what you're gonna decide. There you go. Awesome. I like it. I like it a lot. So right now I'm going to add some shading to these teeth. So let's look at just the teeth. I mean, this itself I think is an interesting model. It'd be impossible to print, but it sure looks interesting. I think it'd be more like awesome to have like a flap of skin that looks like it's peeling off of her face. We have this nice bit of free real estate right here. I think this is a great spot to put it. I like it. All right, let's go ahead and bulk up that form a little more. Gonna roughly block in some poly paint. Now I'm going to clean up this form. And by clean it up, I guess I mean mess it up a bit more. There you go. I'm not really sure what torn skin looks like, but I know how I want to texture it. So right now I'm just roughing up a lot of the skin texture here, kind of adding some tertiary details just by quickly running over with this clay brush. I use this technique a lot with monsters. There we go. She's looking beautiful. And the nerd says, along with colors, I can also print clear, so it could be done to have floating objects. Oh, cool. That's very good to know. And yeah, Corey mentioned, dang, her skull is whacked. Would not want this ghost wailing at me. Yeah, she is spooky, spooky. All right, let me scroll up here to make sure I didn't miss any questions. All right, all just really good conversation. Oh, here we go. Sai says, what do you do with your models after they are printed/painted? I store them on my shelf. Occasionally I sell my Patreon for like $5 a piece, just to cover the shipping cost. And I've only done that like, I do it once or twice a year. It's not very common. Alright, I think she's looking lovely. Let's go ahead and detail her musculature a bit more here. Or I guess lack thereof. That's definitely pushing on some anatomy rules here, but we're still well within the balance, so it's reading well. All right, let's go ahead and make her skull here a little lumpier in texture, and I'm doing this to really send home that rotten look. I'm gonna use one of my favorite poly paint tricks right now, which is having backface mask turned on along with drag rectangle. What that does is it essentially acts as a kind of like an automatic ambient occlusion. So here's an exaggerated version. How cool is that? You kind of use it to do like object store sliding. I'm gonna find a spot on her chest, I think would work well. It's all about what angle you pick from though. So you gotta kind of spin the model around. I think right there would be perfect. I also need to make the model smaller. Okay, I don't know why I did black. I don't want that. There we go. Yeah, this is making me smile. I'm really happy with this. Yeah, what do you guys think? I think she's ready for a graveyard. Excellent. Ferret says, this looks fantastic. Thank you. Admittedly, I'm pretty inspired. Been a great week with lots of learning and watching 3D creations. Actually, strangely, it's teaching me lots about shading. I'm a happy ferret person. Well, I'm happy to hear that, Ferret. I'm especially happy you mentioned it's kind of helping you with shading, because I don't consider myself much of a painter at all. I just use lots of tricks. That's what it feels like. So the fact that I can kind of rub off some of my creativity on y'all, I love that. I do. And then Roy says, gotta be out early today. No worry. And I almost forgot to hit the like button. But she didn't. Yeah, this hasn't beaten my record of my biggest stream yet, but we're actually really close, which is exciting. If I just maintained this size audience for honestly months, I'd be happy with that. This has been great. Yeah, have a great weekend. Garbanzo says, feeling pretty inspired too. Have been getting into Warhammer universe a bit. Ooh, that is a dangerous rabbit hole. You be careful, hope you got deep pockets. Been texturing some models. I found Colts for fun. There's definitely a cheaper way to approach Warhammer. If you do it like the proper, like up-to-date version, Warhammer can be expensive, but I will admit their models are absolutely incredible. I frequently look at Warhammer models to inspire myself, and I'm not quite at that level yet, but I'm getting there. You know, I'm always working, I'm always trying to get better. And live streaming is fun because you guys are gonna see that improvement in quite literally real time. And then Garbanzo mentioned I was looking into some painting software like Substance, but now that I'm thinking about it, ZBrush would make more sense for C4D, which I think is Character Creator Designer. And then Zai asked, what's the stream record? My current stream record of all time is 30 likes, and I think it was like 26 concurrent viewers. We're currently at 25 likes and 23 concurrent viewers. So we're really, really close to being my biggest stream ever. That's why I'm equally excited. Just to be around that, it's a big deal. I think it's insane and almost unfair that I have as many viewers as I do. I know streamers have been doing this for a long time that will stream with 0 people watching for like weeks. It's kind of like the rite of passage, so to speak. I kind of came into this with a little bit of an audience. I do this full time on Patreon as it is. But a lot of you guys, like a small segment of you guys are from Patreon, but quite a few of you guys are brand stinking new. So the YouTube gods have been very kind to me, and you guys as well for supporting the stream. Thank you. Oh, Garbanzo said Cinema 4D. Ah, that makes sense. I can give more advice if I know more about what you're wanting to do. I believe, yeah, you expressed. Oh, and Royce asked coffee or tea. I think we know. Yeah, it's coffee. But I like my coffee criminal. I like it with so much cream and sugar that it's barely coffee anymore. All right, let me scroll up really quick. Garbanzo. Okay, yeah, you just mentioned Warhammer. If you're interested in Warhammer, I would really steer you more on the ZBrush path, and then perhaps even 3D printing. It's a really good time. It really, really is. But as far as like high level painting, you can't beat Substance. Substance is meant for that. And then BT says, records today. I'm a random. You are a random. I'm glad ZBrush, YouTube brought you my way. You've been really fun. Ella says, it was 27 for a second. Oh, no kidding. All right, well, we're getting really close to being my new biggest stream of all time. I appreciate you guys. Eric asks, how much is a ZBrush program? Is it monthly or one-time doodad? Well, back in the good old days, it was one time. I paid $850 for ZBrush of a perpetual license. I purchased this in 2019, and it has been great. I have made my money back hundreds of times over. Anyway, as far as now, ZBrush is $40 a month, I believe. That you can get ZBrush Core, which is plenty, for I think $20 a month. BT says, I'm looking for good software too. Depends what you're wanting to do. If you want high poly sculpting, you cannot beat ZBrush. People mention other softwares. I think there's like Mudbox and other ones and stuff, but when it comes down to it, it's ZBrush. Han says, coffee. Have you tried a lighter roast? They often don't need as much creamer and sugar, and they're not as bitter. Yeah, no, I'm ridiculous. I drink a light roast coffee and put a ton of cream and sugar in it. I like my coffee like cake. Every now and then I like a dark roast, and I actually like the bitterness, but that's like once in many moons. Corey says, I purchased ZBrush back then too, but it's different now it seems. No, it's exactly the same. It's painfully the same. They have added like nothing. Okay, I'm being very snarky. Maxon bought ZBrush from Pixelogic a couple years ago, and they've added a few features. It's the same. Like, all of my students that are my mentorship program, only a handful of them have the original version from 2022. Most of them are buying ZBrush new. So they're using 2024, and they have no problem following my lessons and classes because it's the same program. BT says, this is my first time hearing about ZBrush. It's great. And then Farrah asks, only $20 a month for ZBrush Core? Okay, I don't want to give you guys wrong information. So we're going to do a little ZBrush sleuthing. It used to be that much. Because it kind of hides it. If you go to Maxon, they're just like, buy ZBrush, and that's like, they kind of like hide it. Oh shoot, I didn't know this. Okay, no, that's not perpetual, that's for 1 year. You can get a discount if you buy a year at a time. I'm gonna try to find it, because they kind of hide ZBrush Core. Like if you try to find it on their own website, it's a pain in the ass. You have to like Google it and then find it. Here you go. ZBrush Core is $10 a month. Bam, that is such a good freaking deal. Are you kidding? Like seriously, it's the exact same UI and stuff. There's a few tools that you don't get. I'm gonna put this in the chat for y'all because I had a hard time finding it. This is killer. I'm just being straight up. This is a fantastic deal. I use ZBrush Core professionally to create models and like sustain my living for a long time. Is it tacky to tell you guys how much I make a year? I'm like not telling you on purpose. I don't know. If you guys want to know, like I'm comfortable talking about money, but I feel like it's really tacky to say how much I make a year. Anyway, ZBrush Core is dope, and you can follow my classes for that. Scrolling through the chat, making sure we're all on the same page. All right, cool. Sweet. Yeah, $10 a month is crazy. That is such a good deal for ZBrush Core, and you get so much. And it's the same, like, interface and stuff. You don't have the Z modeler brush, I think, which sucks if you want to do hard surface, but like you still can sculpt hard surface. So yeah. Yeah, Ferret said, I almost yeeted myself out of the chair hearing that, right? Eric says, looks like I have to cancel my Discord Nitro and get ZBrush. You should. And then you should join my mentorship program because I want to teach you guys. I want all of you to be my minions of making cool creatures and stuff. Sai says, I'd be interested. How much? For ZBrush Core or for, what I make in a year. I make, again, it varies. This year was a lower year for me because I moved across the country, but I make upwards of $80,000 a year. My highest year, I made $120,000. So yeah. Again, that's a shit ton of money. I think that's a ton. I think Ricky and I make a ton. I guess there's 2 people, so you can think of it, we make $50,000 each. Technically, we own 2 separate businesses, and that's how we file. We're not legally married yet, actually, but we will be. We'll still file separately. But yeah, I do not exaggerate. I'm not a starving artist at all. I really appreciate the support on Patreon and liking and subscribing to the stream and stuff, but by no means do I feel like I need it. It's just awesome to have you guys here and be part of it. So yeah. BT says, when you print models, is it a huge pain to get to print being so small? No, because I use resin printers. I currently use an Alegu Saturn S that was sponsored by Alegu. They sent it to me for free because they're awesome. I've had other companies sponsor me. Alegu is just my favorite. Alegu and Bamboo Labs. They both sponsored me and they're fantastic. Eric said, I'd love to. We'll have to wait till next month though. No worry, I'll be here. Something else, Patreon recently introduced free memberships where I can actually pick people like randomly on my streams and I can gift you guys a free month of mentorship. Gosh. So I'm looking into doing that too. Maybe just get you guys' feet wet or just, I don't know. I want to be able to give presents on live stream, so I'm looking into doing that. Ferret says, additional income is super helpful. Yes. Again, this is my full-time job, so yes. Yes. I got an Alegu, they're nice. Yeah, I agree, 100%. Also, I saw that we have almost beat my biggest live stream ever. We've had 25 concurrent viewers for a long time. Okay, we actually went up just a little bit just now. And the current record of likes is 30. We're currently at 27. So as far as I'm concerned, we're tied. This is fantastic. Thank you guys for being part of it. Taylor says, is this the female variant, the one from yesterday? It kind of looks like it, doesn't it? Yeah, so this is just a necrotic ghost. I did paint it the same. I definitely wanted them to be matchy-matchy a little bit from the same universe. So I'm glad you guys picked up on that. Taylor's referencing earlier this week, I sculpted some ghouls. So yeah. I also gave them the same color scheme to make sure they match. And then BT says, I want to learn. You should. It's super fun. I have, it's pinned at the top of the chat, my mentorship program. And then I also have it linked in the description. Again, it's not going anywhere, so don't feel rushed, guys. It'll be there. I just bring it up because I don't know about you guys, but I have a hard time balancing everything when it comes to the holidays. Like, I get all my work done and stuff. I'm just tired, usually. As I mentioned earlier, I don't have the biggest social battery. And I love my family, but nothing drains it quite like hanging out with a ton of family, right? And I really do mean that, though. My family rocks. I recently visited a bunch of them in Cleveland, in Ohio, and it was just the best time. I hadn't seen some of them in a long time, and it was just like picking up right where we left off. Fun fact, I don't have very many male cousins. All of my cousins are women, and we're all around the same age, so we've all grown up together. Because my dad has 2 sisters, and each of his sisters had 2 daughters. So there's 5 of us first cousins, and we're all girls. It's been very fun. Also a fun fact, one of those girls, now a woman, and she had 2 girls herself, so it continues. This is now the 3rd set of 2 daughters from a daughter. It's interesting. All right, I'm really happy with this. I'm gonna set a new timer and we're gonna start posing her. I'm being slow as heck this stream because you guys keep talking to me and being interesting. I mean that in like a lovingly annoyed way. But I can't be that annoyed because again, this is like breaking records for my stream. It's really cool. Alrighty. Let's go to Transpose Master. Let's get some spooky ethereal pose going on here. Mark says, I grew up in Akron. Oh, no kidding. Yeah, we drove right past that. And then BT says, show us your favorite sculpture. Oh man, I'd have to think about what it is. I'm thinking. And then I'm gonna show it to y'all when I can think of what it is. I sculpt a lot. Corey says, same. Visiting the stream always makes me want to try getting back into ZBrush. Yeah, you gotta just take it bit by bit. It's a lot. A lot of my students will do initial lessons pretty well and they'll get with it, but when it comes to the actual sculpting, it can be a little intimidating and tiring. The trick is you can't be super self-critical of your work while you're learning. Just have fun. If you give yourself a license to suck at ZBrush, you'll have so much more fun, you'll learn way faster, and you'll make better stuff sooner. I say it all the time, but my least talented students are always the one that stick with it the longest and see the best results. Which is a little counterintuitive, I guess. So we're gonna give this really beautiful, strong, like C-curve line of action. I guess after all is said and done, it'll be more of an S-curve. But you can kind of see why I didn't detail her yet, because a lot of this is gonna be distorted. So we're gonna want to get those base shapes done first, and then we'll start detailing. I feel like I'm working so slow this stream, so I'm glad that even the new people trust that I know what I'm doing, because I'm like, y'all are looking at a low poly blob. It's happening. You can see the vision. So to pose, I'm really just going through a bunch of masking and careful adjustments. I'm not certain on how I want this to touch the base, because again, this is used for like tabletop games, but there'll be some sort of swell of fabric on the bottom that will really secure this onto the base nicely. And then Eric says, back with starting my ZBrush membership. All right, have fun playing with it. PT's from Colorado, cool. I don't think I've ever driven through Colorado. And then Corey said, I never got my license to stick. Oh, my license to suck. Oh, you got to. Oh my gosh. If you tell, like, again, you gotta let yourself be bad at art. It's so much more fun, and being good at stuff is so freaking overrated. I'm serious. Because if you expect to suck at it, you experiment a lot more, it's more fun, and then your mistakes are funny. And it's so much easier to work and improve with a sense of humor. Mark says, how long for your average student to get decent at this? I would say 2 to 3 months. If you guys are regularly getting through lessons, you can be making your own full-fledged characters in 2 to 3 months. Honestly, a lot of them have stuff to show as early as a month, but I like to under-promise and over-deliver, so I would say 3 months, 90 days. Which is funny, that's like a really common increment of, if you send a horse off to a trainer, 90 days, that's like a really common like way of saying that. Taylor says, I think she could use some kind of brochal or amulet. Oh yeah, like a brooch, yeah. Or amulet pinned to her skirt, as I imagine her from the 1800s. Oh yeah, I like that. Especially something like on her hip right here, and that can be something that I draw a lot of the fabric up to. Taylor, you always have such good ideas. Okay, yep, I like it. I keep that in mind. All right, I'm starting to pose the arms a bit. I don't really have a clear reference like I normally do. Unfortunately, the pose archives I use do not have floating ghosts. Ridiculous. The pose archives is a posing reference tool that I have. It's a library of photos of real people. I think it's a couple, husband and wife. And they take really high quality photos of all kinds of pose references, whether it's like action or just sitting or standing with different kinds of weapons. And that's been really, really helpful for the characters I do. Needless to say, they were not able to turn off gravity to make references for floating ghosts. I guess they were really just slacking. And Taylor says, shirt, not skirt. Oh yeah, I could see that working either way, even like right here. Yeah. Eric says, honestly, 90 days is a good time frame to learn things. Right? I think so too. I should probably put that on my Patreon. So mentorship is definitely a secondary part of my business primarily. I've always been making sculpts to sell, and then I offer my entire backlog on Patreon. But recently my mentorship's been picking up so much, I'm spending a lot more time figuring out how to best help my students, and because that business is picking up, I can put more resources into it. I want to really toy with giving her almost like a broken anatomy. Again, I want to bend the rules, not fully break them. Ella says, one arm reaching out just a little bit would be nice and scary. That's what I'm thinking of doing with this one right here. It's kind of just hanging by her side. BT asks, do you use an iPad to draw your models? Have you tried it? Do you like it? I do. I don't draw my models like concept art, but I do practice illustrative stuff and whatnot. And I use Procreate for that. I have not used the ZBrush version for iPad yet. But I'm going to need to start playing with that because quite a few of my students use that version of ZBrush, and I want to make sure I can see exactly what they're using. Taylor says, broken anatomy is perfectly uncanny. Agreed. And then I don't have to worry about her dumb elbows. People that have been part of the stream for a while know that we don't talk about elbows here. Not a fan of elbows. They look dumb even when you sculpt them correctly. She's starting to look a little more like Noon Wraith-esque. If you guys have played Witcher 3, I'm thinking of that Noon Wraith that has like the big like lolling tongue and stuff, and her jaw is actually half off of her. I don't talk about Witcher enough. I love the Witcher series. I only ever read the first book. Honestly, the books are kind of incoherent. They're all over the place. The lore and the storytelling is interesting, but it's not my favorite written. The game, however, love me some Witcher 3. All right, I need to mirror that belt that's on the other side. I'm not going to mirror it right now though, otherwise it'll probably give me a mesh error when I try to leave Transpose Master. The pose is starting to come together. We definitely have some adjustments we need to make still, but it's coming together. I'm going to mask just under her chin and then bend her head upwards. Make sure to have your pivot point of the gizmo where you're going to rotate, otherwise it behaves very strangely and it's not going to give you the result you want. Here we go. All right, I'm going to really push this curve of her neck right here and get this nice subtle S-curve. there's something about this that is kind of beautiful. I know it's super jarring and gross too, but all right, that's enough pose work where I can leave Transpose Master and start fine-tuning these subtools. And the subtools are just all the little pieces that make up this mesh. So you can see the ropes are a different piece, her eyes, that kind of stuff. All right, let's go ahead and apply the pose here. Eric says, looks like her neck is broken. I freaking love it. Thank you, I like it too. Boxel says, you can adjust your saves in ZBrush on how regularly the quick save function will activate. Yes, did someone ask you about that? Oh yeah, talking about auto-saving. Yeah, I auto-save every 3 minutes. I'm insane. Ah, don't put a user in timeout. Stop it. There we go. And then Boxel mentioned, my meshes exceed 45 million points at times. Oh, wow. Yeah, so definitely tell quick saves to chill. Like, I never really get past 10 million is a ton for me. I usually don't need more than that. For Bonzo says, gotta get back to work? No problem. But I'll check out the lessons for sure. Thanks to the stream. Thanks for joining. All right, here is how she's looking, y'all. Yeah, this model's a hit. I love this. I love sculpting spooky things, and I think she's beautiful. I do. There's something ethereal and almost whimsical about this. It reminds me of that saying, like rip my heart out, why don't you, kind of thing. It's definitely giving a heartbroken vibe unintentionally, because I did put that big divot in her chest. Maybe I'll lean into that a little more. I like it. I'm gonna pull her shirt open just a bit more to really show off that chest. That has a different meaning in this stream. Can make sure I move her hair out of the way as well, so I can really emphasize this hole in her chest. Yeah, this is sad and beautiful. Also going to print really well. So I have this kind of flat bit of material here at the bottom that's going to press perfectly onto a base. Oh, she says, very cool. Thank you. And then Sai says, like, how do you not run out of storage every 3 minutes? Yes, it is every 3 minutes. But I have a cap on until I start self-deleting. But yeah, you can see how many quick saves I have for each of these characters here. This is actually the ghoul from earlier this week. Then we have the ice gnome. And then today. Yes, I cannot be stopped. Eric says, definitely like a banshee, siren-esque figure. Absolutely. Barrett says, grocery day, but I'll definitely check it out later. Also, really considering getting ZBrush Core. Super hopeful. Using ZBrush could really supercharge what I'm doing with Clip Studio. It's amazing. Yeah. Oh, and this. Thank you. I recommend it. ZBrush Core is a great way to get your feet wet, and you really might never need to upgrade. It has a lot of tools. Sai says, how good do I need to be at drawing style for mentoring? I asked earlier, but I think I missed the answer. Oh, I probably just didn't answer. Let me pause. Ads here. I am not great at drawing. It's kind of like frustrating. I treat learning how to draw with a pen and pencil kind of like my part-time job in addition to doing this full-time. Because I know that improving my 2D skills would help my 3D skills. needless to say, you don't need to be good at drawing at all to help with 3D. You'll see lots of videos and other opinions of like, oh yeah, they're super necessary and intermingled. They're just not. They use completely different skill sets. So one of the hardest things about 2D for me is forced perspective. So perspective just means that if something's closer to you, it appears larger than when it's farther away. So my hand is larger, now my hand is smaller. Trying to mimic that in a flat piece of paper is very difficult for me. My spatial reasoning is garbage. But in 3D, I don't have to make it up. I can literally just find the forms. So for me, it's much easier to close my eyes and imagine what this character would feel like, what the proportions would be like. You know what I mean? Like, that makes sense to me. I can visualize it in 3D when I close my eyes. But when I try to translate that to a piece of paper, it's so difficult. It just does not come out well. So to answer your question, you do not need to be able to draw to learn how to sculpt, or much less join my mentorship program. The hardest part about my mentorship program is just getting used to navigating a 3D software. When you first start, it's gonna feel super alien. Like, remember when you were in kindergarten and you first learned how to hold a pencil? You're gonna feel lost. It's gonna feel clunky and weird, and using a tablet for the first time is gonna be weird. I will not let you follow my mentorship with the mouse. It drives me crazy. People that try to like sculpt with a mouse, I just don't understand it. You can model with a mouse, absolutely. But like, have you guys ever opened up like MS Paint and like a Word doc and like try to use your mouse and click and like draw? Like, just use a pen, use a pencil. Taylor says, how do you store all these quick saves? Seems like a lot of data. It's really not. And again, there's a hard cap limit. I think my limit's at 200 right now. And then my Mac also has a lot of storage. Here we go. Yeah, so my Mac has 1 terabyte of storage, and I actually have it on screen right now. I'm not sure where all my quick saves are stored. I think it's in applications. It's calculating. Here you go. All my applications is 17 gigs, and a lot of that isn't even ZBrush. It's like other like games I have installed on my MacBook. So yeah, I got lots of storage. Also, 1 terabyte is massive, by all means. So yeah, I got lots of space. So what I'm seeing is I could be saving more often with even more quick saves. Eric says, yeah, new programs are always a bit overwhelming. They are, and it feels very clunky, and you have to give yourself some patience. Corey says, you have a ton of storage left, right? Ella says, I think you also don't store subtool history in quick saves. Oh yeah, I just do not see the point of that at all. I do not save an undo history for my subtools unless I'm actively working. Because if I go back to a ZPR, I'm happy with what I have. I don't need to keep my undo history. If I'm actively working, like for example, this top here, I can scroll back and you can actually, you guys, if you look up, you can see the changes happening live in my undo history here. So I keep it here, but like, I don't need it outside of this. Mark says, what tablet do you recommend? There's a handful of tablets I recommend. Let me jump into my Discord really quick. I have this pinned. I have different sources that I recommend. Great question, to the point where I'm going to take the time here to find this link. All right, this is actually a little harder to find than I expected. All right, it depends what you want. If you want a display tablet or a non-display tablet, for a non-display, you really can't go wrong with the Wacom Intuos for a beginner. If you want something a little fancier, so that Intuos is around 80 bucks. And then step up from that as a display tablet, you can get a really nice one for 300. Anything from Huon is great. You really can't go wrong with them. I was gonna give you a link for it, but I didn't have it as readily available. So next time I'll have those resources available. Oh, hey, we just matched our record for the most likes on my live stream ever. We're at 30. So thank you guys for making that happen. And then yeah, Non-Sleeper uses a Huon 24-inch. They're fantastic. All right, let's do a fun render on this. Yeah, she looks absolutely enchanting. I'm very happy with this. And then Mark says, Huon. I'm I'm gonna type it in. QM for display. There you go. All right, yeah, because the names kind of sound nonsensical, so it helps me to type it out for real. And some people swear by having a display tablet, some like non-display, and that just means whether or not you're sculpting on the actual screen itself or if it's a solid black screen and you look up at your laptop or monitor instead. Yeah, Ella says, I'm a pro and I'm rocking a Wacom Intuos. Yeah, or is it Wacom? Anyway, you don't have to have a display tablet. Yep. There is a bit of a disconnect. If you are using an Intuos for the first time ever, again, that on top of trying to use like hotkeys and navigate ZBrush, it's gonna just expect it to feel alien because it's brand new to you. Just be patient and stick with it. Eric says, so question, would you liken learning to using a non-display tablet similar to learning to use a computer mouse in terms of eye-hand coordination? Yes, absolutely. You'll pick it up really quick. If you open ZBrush every day for a week and just spend like 5 minutes like moving the camera around, you'll pick it up no problem. The trick is just consistent practice, like most things. I feel like I'm being super slow, but we're only 2 hours into the stream and we have a mostly finished model, so I'm being picky with myself. This is going great. All right, I'm gonna take my first proper break of the stream, gonna stretch, get some more water. I'll be gone for a couple minutes and I'll be back. If you guys have more questions, keep filling up the chat and I'll get to them when I get back. Thank you guys so much for being here. Again, it's been a very high subscription and, what is it called? Like video. It's been nice. I really appreciate the support, and more than that, it looks like I have a lot of prospective students in here, and it's always exciting for me. All right, I'll see you guys in just a bit. All right, I'm back. Corey said, you work very fast considering you take so much time to talk to us. Also, thanks for talking to us. Hey, well, thanks for being interesting. And then Voxel has some very good points about parallax with tablets. Definitely be on the lookout for that. I had a cheaper tablet that was pretty bad with it, but honestly, it's a consistent offset, so I got used to it pretty quick. Very cool. All right, let's get going. This is the first time I've done a stream with my hair down the entire time. Actually hasn't been as much of a pain as I expected. All right, I'll get my timer up. All right, in this next 30 minutes, I want to get all this fabric detailed. So let's go. All right, timer is set. Let's get rocking. So the first thing I'm going to do is just double check to make sure I like this pose and the way the fabric is draping. It would also probably be good to do another stamp up here as I keep working. There we go. Let's put that right. Right. There. All right. Time to zoom. Oh yeah. So for pretty much each of these fabric pieces, it'll be the exact same process, but it's a good one to know. So while I'm detailing fabric, what I do is I first go dynamic, and we need to add some material to this. I'm gonna actually put it on the smooth subdiv of 0, because I like to maintain the silhouette exactly as it was. Then I go ahead and add some thickness and -100 offset, because again, I don't want to disrupt that silhouette I took time to make. If you don't have it on -100, it equally extrudes away from your center point and under it, but I want it only under it. And if any of this doesn't make sense, especially to my students, please ask. I am happy to explain in a different way. All right, that looks good. Now I'm gonna go in with the Z Modeler brush and add a little bit of trim structure to this. To do that, I'll just be adding an edge loop and then extruding a couple poly loops out. Extrude, extrude. This is the same brush you use to do lots of hard surface material, but it's actually helpful for organic forms too. There we go. We have some more structure to that. Looking good. Ooh, looks like I forgot to add the trim on this side. Asymmetrical details are nice for this model, but I don't want it to be unintentional asymmetrical details. Oh, I see a new person subscribed. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. I also think you're new. I don't recognize the username, so extra thank you. I assume you're either one of my lurkers or just brand new. All right. So now that we have this, it's actually a real mesh down, it's 3D printable, let's get some details on it. To do that, I like to use a standard brush. So this kind of material is going to be kind of thin, wispy, so to portray that, I'm going to have very thin fabric folds as well. But in order so they don't get lost in the 3D print and so they read clearly, I'm going to have my Z intensity, which is the strength of the brush, high. High for this will be probably around 30. Let's do 50. There we are. Awesome. Eric said, let's say we don't have money for the Huon display or the Wacom non-display. Would you say a Huon non-display that's within budget would be probably a good substitute? Oh, absolutely. I had the cheapest tablet I've ever used was like a P40 or something. I can't remember, but it was like 20 bucks and it was good enough to get started. Absolutely. I find that if you're a brand new beginner, I encourage you, do not drop, unless you have the extra cash and you're comfortable with that, you don't have to drop money on nice tools. You're a brand new beginner, you're barely going to even appreciate a fancy tool. You just want to make sure your tool is not so poor that it is hindering you from what you're trying to get done. So sometimes having a tablet that's really small can be claustrophobic to work on, but if it's on a display tablet, probably fine. I find if there's a will, there's a way. So as long as you have a good attitude and you're patient and learning your new tool, you can make it work. Corey says, I'm back. Yeah, the ads are skippable pretty quick. Good, because I make sure to go into my settings and I can't stop YouTube from showing ads. I can delay them for a little bit at best, but I have some control over the types of ads, and I always try to make sure they're only skippable. Again, YouTube ultimately does what it wants, but I try to make it the best experience for y'all. Especially because quite a few of you are becoming mentorship programs, these streams are becoming more and more paid for. So I don't really need the dollar of ad revenue from YouTube. Corey says, AKA a mouse, although I can't say much. I've seen some people do amazing things with a mouse. Yeah, same. I don't know. It's like, you can build a house out of toothpicks, but I highly recommend using 2x4s instead. You know what I mean? It's like violently inefficient is how I describe it. Unless, again, if you're doing mostly hard surface modeling or even using Blender where it's more like moving specific vertexes, you can do a lot for sure. The kind of sculpting I do in ZBrush, I would go insane if I had to use a mouse. So I'm adding all kinds of different fabric folds here. I have some in compression, some in tension. It's gonna be really fun to paint. I'll probably add some pipe folds on the bottom here. And again, since this is like ethereal, this ghost lady, I can really get away with making the folds more artistic than necessarily possible. I also want to pay some attention to where there are landmarks on her body, like her belly, her ribs, that kind of stuff. Voxel says, I know one guy who's pretty good with mouse on ZBrush, but he's also demented. Yeah, they kind of go hand in hand. I thought you were going to say the word determined, so that's why I paused. I'm like, did you really just say demented? That's funny. And then Ella says, in December, I'm going to start live streaming when I paint. Oh, fun. After I block out all these fabric folds, again, these are kind of just, I'm especially just being quick and dirty with these. I'm gonna go and add some tertiary textures in my next 30-minute block. And those are just kind of like establishing the scratchiness or the smoothness of the material. And this one especially, I want it to have a bit of a weathered look. All right, let's see how it's looking. Pretty nice. I can go with my move brush and then further push some of these folds around. And Ella says, yeah, for sure. I'm thinking about trying to stream with a pair of those Meta smart glasses too, so I can share my point of view. Yeah, I don't know much about those. Aren't those really expensive? But I'm also like, my baseline is like the web camera that I use here, I think was $60. So I'm spoiled. It's a much easier setup than painting. Yeah, you'll have to get a good camera on top and then really good lighting too. adding one more layer to this rope belt. I think that looks really nice. All right, one piece of fabric detailed, or at least blocked out with main fabric folds. And then Corey talking to Ella, that sounds awesome. It does. Having just whatever you need to get to like have that mock of like your point of view when you paint, that'd be really cool. All right, let's do our first panel. And then for these ones, I'll have these big sweeping folds because I want them to read as like pipe folds. And they're called pipe folds just because they look like pipes. Pretty simple. You'll notice the edge on this is really thick, and that's just to make sure I don't have any gaps when 3D printing. I'll make that look a little more seamless when I go into post-processing. All right, there's our first like swooping fold. Let's do another. Really just having a good time, chilling, doing all these fabric folds. So I'm not as chatty right now, but like always, if you have questions, I'll make sure I'll look over and answer those. If not, just kind of hang out, have a good time, get some fabric sculpted. I really like sculpting fabric, and I feel like this is almost going a little too fast. I'm like, oh, it's already done. I'm really happy with this so far. Eric said, those fabric folds are crazy. Brings in a lot of character to the model. I agree. It's great. Again, I've done them so many times. They appear really quickly now. find this so relaxing. I haven't done a character with this much drapery in a while. There we are. Almost done. And we're right on time. We're actually only halfway through our timer, so I'll need to find some new goals to fill up this 30 minutes. You'll notice that I'm adding some edge loops in here before I add thickness. That's just to make sure that this geometry at the end here doesn't get too distorted when I try to sculpt on it. Non-sleeper asks, so how are you getting rid of duck noses, and do you ever use textures in fabric like leather or burlap? I occasionally give like roughening to give that leather look, not burlap too often. I do more like a woven texture. As far as the duck nose, I'm not sure what you're talking about. So reword that question and I'll answer. Eric says, I love how her hand looks like it's trying to beckon the viewer. Yeah, that's actually Ella's idea. Yeah, the pose is perfect, Ella says. Thank you. I'm having so much fun with this character. Again, thank you all for being here. It's been a really good time. I'm gonna grab the Move Topological brush and start settling these ropes on her to where they touch back to the model. That's gonna make them much more 3D printable and not fragile at all. They'll all print in one piece. I don't mind having some fragile elements, but I have to really look at it and make sure it's worth it and a key component of the model. I'm not gonna have just fragile, wispy bits for no reason. So at the end of the day, these are a product and they're meant to be 3D printable for tabletop games. So I don't want them to be a pain. I want them to be print ready and stable. To have this piece of rope fit her back better, we're gonna go ahead and use a deformer. Let's go in with bend arc. Put a nice big bend on this, kind of like it's hugging her shoulders. I don't think this rope right here is doing anything for the silhouette, so I'm gonna go ahead and remove it. There we go. That cleans it up a lot. So again, you'll notice I'm making sure that all the ends of the rope are touching this model in some place. When I was just starting out sculpting, I would avoid a character like this like the plague. Like everything about this would be difficult to design for 3D printing. But I have a lot of experience now, and so this is gonna print just like any other model. There we go. All right, let's see. It looks like I missed a question, but Ella had my back. Corey says, you seem to have developed a good sense of being done right or good enough. I feel it's so easy to get lost and keep adding and adding and adding. Yeah, I like to, it's like the Occam's razor thought process of like the simplest answer is the answer. And I try to apply that to design as well. So I'm constantly trying to get rid of stuff. If I can get rid of stuff, I do. I try to make it so if there's a single piece of this model that I remove, I think it's making the model worse off for it. So that's where that comes from. And the non-sleeper elaborates and they say, duck noses when you're adding thickness to objects and starting the edges, the little triangles. Oh yeah, if you modify your smooth brush modifier, the many connected points to 1, it will smooth that. And then Mark says, thank you for the information, answering your questions, of course. And then Ella says, also Mia has some really good classroom videos about working in subdivision levels if you're her student. Yes, and subdivisions are so important. Corey says, Mia's class is good. I got in about 2 years ago. Wow, time flies. Yeah, I know. That's why when you joined the live stream, I was like, oh, Corey's here. Welcome, you're new. And you're like, no, I've been around. And I'm like, oh my God, I just didn't expect you to be the same Corey. So that was very cool. Also, we have officially not just matched, but we have surpassed my highest like count on a stream. We're now at 32. So thank you guys, I really appreciate it. Initially, I was like, okay, likes or whatever, but I have noticed that live streams I have that have a higher like count on them do get pushed by YouTube more, and as a result, I've found more students and more cool people to hang out with. So thank you guys for being part of that. And then Corey says, it's all good, I take breaks, like every good professional should. And Eric says, heck yeah. Yeah, I still don't have a confetti button on my stream deck. I desperately need a button that will make like a little celebration happen on the screen. Next week. All right, we have 7 minutes left on the clock. My goal for this 30-minute section was to detail all of the fabric, and we almost have done just that. I even went a little ahead of that and also adjusted the ropes a bit to complement the silhouette. So let's do these last bits of fabric. I'll call it good. And also, Corey, to kind of continue that sentiment, I'm really good at finding the good enough, point. A lot of like my decision making on what's good enough for a design, I swear came from my engineering degree, because that is the way I got through my classes. I took an obscene amount of classes. Full-time, like your average class is 3 units, and then I think full-time starts at 12 units. Most people take 14 or around there. I never took less than 18, and at my worst semester, I took 22 units in a semester because I wanted to graduate in 4 years. And so I made it happen. And I had to get good at good enough because I had so many classes and I could not do my best in all of them. So I have lots of practice in finding the good enough mark. I'm gonna do all three pieces of fabric at the same time because they're all very similar and kind of in the same shape. And like Clockwork ZBrush is like, do not do that, and crashes. Anyway, so what I could do is I can actually extrude thickness, or you know what, I can actually just create one piece and duplicate it because they're so similar. Either approach works fine. There we go. Okay. And then Eric says 22. Ouch. Yeah, and for y'all that admits that, that's the most units I took in the semester of college. It was dumb. Eric says, my neuro-seasoned brain wouldn't be able to compete with 22 credit hours of classes. Yeah, believe me, my little anxiety butt did not thrive by any means. Corey says, well, I wasn't able to handle my first semester of college, so that's where I'm at. No sweating that, honestly. I think my husband got through too until he was like, this, for me, is going to be a huge waste of time. So, and I agreed. And then I just corralled him like, hey, you should put your skill sets, because my husband's a fantastic photographer, videographer. As you guys can tell, I mean, he sets all of this up. And yeah, he didn't learn any of that in college. He taught himself that. No, I don't think college is for most people. And I don't mean that because like, oh, you must be the elite, super smart. No, I just genuinely think that college is largely useless unless you know exactly what you want to go in for. I remember always being really taken aback when like I talked to other students or peers in college, and they would like take semesters to like try out a few classes and they change their major. And I'm like, I literally would be here for 7 years if I tried to do an engineering degree. Like, if you look at the course catalog for any engineering program, it says how many units you need. And if you divide that number by 8, which is 4 years of college, how many semesters, the number is not friendly. It's not just normal full-time. And I came in with a lot of college credit hours already done because I was an overachiever in high school as well. And yeah, it still was barely enough. So that's what I mean by I say like college isn't for everyone. I don't mean it because like, oh, you must be so smart. I'm like, no, it just, you gotta be a certain kind of driven with a certain kind of plan. And even then, it's so hard to know what the heck you want to do when you're like 19, 20. I barely knew. I felt very lucky that I ended up doing what I do now. Okay, this rope right there is just going to be a pain. And it's not adding anything to the front of the model, so we're going to tuck these other ropes to the underside. There we go. Eric said, yeah, it's so much of a time and money. You need plan for sure. Yep. I only applied to 2 colleges, and those were the 2 that I got a full ride scholarship. Full ride scholarship to. Excuse me. So that's why I applied to 2. Just applying for colleges back in like 2015, it was $50 an application. So I don't know how people applied for like 10 schools at a time. Like that's $500. Like, nope. And I realize like most people's parents pay for all these things. My dad has an excellent job and he was able to pay for a lot of this as far as like application fees and stuff. Like just because it wasn't my dime I was spending, I'm like, I didn't feel the need to have my dad spend $500 in application fees to college. I'm like, I'm just gonna pick a couple, 2, and call it a day. right, we have finished another 30-minute section here. We're getting really close to the final touches of this model, so we're gonna do a little bit of a review here and see what the next steps are. Yeah, so from our middle point here, our third stamp to our final current active one, I'm very happy with the progress, and I think all the choices that I've made and design choices and detail choices have just made the models stronger, so that always feels good. Ella said, I applied to 9. Yeah, that's a fortune. Voxel says, oh, off-topic question. Who does your supports? Me. I do my supports. And I taught my husband how to do them. So now he does the printing in the loft while I'm in here. But it started off with me. I did my own in Mesh Mixer, and then we started trying out Box and Litchi. And I think we use both right now. Primarily Box still, but I know Ricky's been using Litchi recently, and he likes that. I have companies reach out to me all the time, like, I can pre-support your models. And honestly, I know that they're also trying to run a business, but I always feel kind of insulted by it because I'm like, I very obviously print my own stuff, and I'd say that everywhere on my business. No problem with you asking Voxel. But yeah, to anyone that's in the chat, whether you guys are like talking or lurking, if you're a creative and you're looking for job opportunities, do not just cold email people without taking 2 seconds to look at their business. I get artists messaging me at least 2 or 3 a week asking pretty much, they send me their resume and a portfolio asking me to hire them. And I just find it so obnoxious because I'm like, I'm not a studio. I don't market myself as a studio. It's my face out on everything. Sometimes my husband's, and I'm very clear that I'm just one girl sculpting all my models. I've never put out an interest for hiring other people full time. It just comes across really tone deaf. I have had people message me like, hey, I see that you're just one person, but if you need someone to like maybe commission assets from, let me know if you want help. That goes so much better. So just don't copy and paste the same email to a bunch of people, because that's a really good way to get blocked and no response. I know they're just trying to make it out there in a world. I know it's tough as an artist for sure. But some of the emails I get really come across almost like they're begging for work. And I'm like, that is just not a good first impression, you know? Right now I'm making sure all these fingertips touch this piece of fabric, so I don't need to go through and add individual supports. Now I'm going to make sure that I don't have a bunch of clipping on all these different meshes. My door in the studio doesn't latch all the way, and I could hear my pug running all the way down the hall, and just right about to push open the door, my husband's like, no, get over here. Because again, he's gotten so comfortable just pushing the door open. He's a cute dog. All right, we're just about done here. So I'm gonna put another 30 minutes on the clock, and my next goal with this one is really to button it up so it's completely ready for post-processing. And if I'm a little ahead schedule, maybe I'll even start post-processing. And that just means prepping it for 3D printing. So yeah, let's start from the head down. I'm very excited for this weekend. I just kind of want to lounge around, eat a lot of good food, recoup. It's been a really good week, but it's been full, and after a week of live streaming, you know, it's tiring. So I'll make sure to have a really good restful weekend so I can come back and do it again next week. So as I'm working through this, I'm also lowering the poly count while I subtools because I don't need to be very high poly. I'm getting ready to remesh them anyway. So currently this entire character is only at 2 million points, which is pretty low considering the capacity that ZBrush can go up to. I think Voxel mentioned earlier they can work her up to 40 million points. Wow, that is horrifying. Okay. All right, let's see how the hair is doing. This section of geometry looks a little chewed up, so instead of fighting it, I'm just gonna delete it. Not all the hair, just this little end here that seems to be giving problems. There we go, looking good. And now I'm gonna look at it from a lot of different angles to make sure there's enough thickness all the way around. And this is for, you probably already guessed it, 3D printing reasons. Gonna go with my move and back face mask trick and just double up on the thickness. I don't want to lose the appeal of this spindly hair though, so I'll make sure to use my pinch brush and also touch up the ends here. It's important that these ends of her hair actually touch her face somewhere. Otherwise, if they're free floating, they will require a support of some sort. A lot of the strands of hair are kind of attaching from the exact same point, so I'm pushing some of them in to make sure it doesn't look too stiff. I still want this to be very organic looking. All right, these strands of hair are gonna be really fragile, so I need to go put them somewhere. After I move them around, so I'm happy with them 3D printing wise, I'm gonna check the front again, so make sure I didn't lose any of the appeal of the model. Because I don't want to sacrifice appeal for 3D printability. I want to find a balance between the two. Perfect, I'd say that doesn't hurt the model at all. And then Ella asks Voxel, Voxel, what are you making that's so high poly? And Voxel says, very detailed mecha. Cool. Or statue scale stuff with a lot of micro detail. Yeah, like if you want to add like facial, like skin pores or something, oh man, you need to be up in like 10 million just for the face alone. I have done a few commissions like that. One of the commissions that I did for a Lego, actually, they wanted me to do a chess set, and they were showing off like their new like high detail printer, so I did skin pores for that. Her hair honestly is coming out a little too pretty, but I kind of like it, so I'm gonna keep it. I think the rest of her is gross enough. I can give her some pretty hair, okay? She's mostly bald. It's... Alright, for these hair strands, I can go in with a remesh, or I think I can just use Dynamesh for this and then decimate it. And Voxel mentioned that they use a workflow they learned from some game studio art heads. Very cool. Do you work for a studio now, or are you independent? And Voxel says, oh no, I'm not built for that game studio life. Yeah, it seems intense. Pat says, I'm very quiet today, but really nice model, Mia. Thank you, I appreciate it. Yeah, I don't mind if you're quiet. I appreciate my lurk all the same. It's just a good time. Voxel says, I only want to do character creation and printables. Yeah, obviously, I agree with you. That's also what I do. I think it's the best time. This is going along really nicely. I'd say expect in the next 30 minutes or so, I'll have this file shared with y'all. Anyone that has a 3D printer, put your own supports on this, bam, you'll have a new spooky ghost model. You can scale this up or down. The file I'm gonna share with y'all is gonna be 28mm scale for tabletop, but again, you can make that bigger if you want to. If you don't know how to pre-support your models, that's totally fine. But to get the pre-support from me that I've tested, that's on Patreon. then Ella said, another update no one asked for. Oh, we always want to know. But I just bust out another banger of an eye. He's a pirate, so he's only got one. But so far, I'm 3 for 3. I like it. Oh, she says, any tips for generating supports? Yeah, honestly, auto supports have gotten so good. You can really do a lot with just that. And it depends what you're printing. So usually auto light supports do fantastic for me. And then I go through and I make sure to add any areas that look like they need a little bit more help. So anything that's going to have more weight, or let's say you have a single support on a free floating arm. That means that that one support fails, the entire arm fails. So you want to have some backups. That's how I think of it. But the big thing is just print a lot, support a lot. You'll learn the most that way. I used to do everything by hand in Mesh Mixer, like designing my own supports pretty much from scratch. But auto supports have gotten so much better. Oh, and everyone has a different opinion on how you need to configure them. Some people are like, oh, you must print upside down or 45 or whatever. I'm a heathen. I print flat on the base. And it doesn't matter, it comes out fantastic still. I use a flexible build plate to pop them off, so that way it's not so difficult to remove them. That's about it. They come out great. And then Oshi just asked, do you normally print straight up and down or at an angle? Again, it's very heathen. I don't see a lot of people that do what I do, but I don't care because it works for me. So I'll make my face bigger here. Every one of these was printed just straight up and down build plate. And people that are talking about like cross sections and stuff and like, oh, section force, these are too small for that to matter. Like that drives me crazy when people say that. Whether it's like this or like this, it's almost the exact same cross-sectional area. So I'm like, get out of here with that. Now, if you're printing something larger, like for example, this girl is a lot bigger, right? Even then, the cross-sectional area, which is just like if I were to cut like a disc right in the middle of what that volume is, this versus this, it's actually bigger if I do it this way, but anyway. They say it makes better details on the face. Again, I've been printing for a long time and I'm happy with my results. But that's the best part about printing your own stuff. You can do it however you want. And every creator that offers free printable files like I do, we always offer, or they should, offer an unsupported version, so you can do whatever you want with it. Totally up to you. I recently did a video this year, actually posted it on it was a short, like on TikTok and YouTube Shorts. Anyway, and I printed how many minis I can get out of a bottle of resin. I think it was 500 milliliters, and the answer ended up being like a couple hundred. Anyway, out of that entire bottle of resin I printed with my own pre-supports and printing like a heathen, straight up and down, straight on the build plate, I only had 1 or 2 failures out of 100 plus minis. So that's less than a 1% failure rate or a 99 point something success rate. So I'm very happy with how I print and it comes out great. The big thing is though it succeeds, and that's what I really care about. I make a lot of models every week and I don't really have time to have a bunch of failures. I need to get the next new set of models on the print bed and tested. So it's very important to me that they succeed. And if you hear like some sassiness in my tone about 3D printing, I don't like when people teach stuff, like how to support your models, and they're so like gatekeepery about it, like this is the only way to do it, otherwise you'll break your printer. It's just weird. It's what YouTube promotes because it gets a reaction out of people, you know? But it doesn't have to be like that. Don't be afraid. Go make mistakes. Go support a model terribly. Like, see how it does. Add a few more compression folds right here because it's just going to have a nice visual. Whoop. There we go. That'll be a nice little paint catcher. And same with this seam right here. It's not the most pretty looking, so let's add some more interest. There we are, looking good. I'm actually going to release a YouTube video somewhat in the near future about very specific tutorial on how I print and pre-support and all that kind of good stuff. Because it's a really good question and I have a lot of experience in it, and I know it'd be nice to share. Voxel says, my favorite is how resin is the new super poison. Oh my God, don't even get me started. That drives me insane. And instead of like justifying a response to the fear mongering of how you're gonna poison yourself with resin, I just send them the MSDS, so the material safety data sheet. And if they have no idea what they're looking at, I'm like, then don't worry about it, okay? You're fine, it's a mild irritant. Oh, I'm so glad you said that, Voxel, because I feel strongly about that. And then Voxel said, print from home. Don't do it. I'm a pro. I just get them from my print farm. Honestly, totally an option as well. There's lots of free printers out there that offer their services. But yeah, printing at home is the best. All right. Voxel says, they're using fear to your customers. Yeah, it's true. They point to VOC levels, but you know what pumps out the same levels or worse than that? Your air fryer, your gas stove, right? And a lot of them like say like VOCs. I'm like, tell me what that stands for, because they don't know. And I don't know. I just don't like seeing scientific terms being thrown around when it's completely from a place of ignorance. If you're curious, VOCs are volatile organic compounds. And again, people hear volatile and they're like, that's gonna kill me. That's gonna give me the cancer. And I'm like, they're everywhere. I also try to be a little softer in my opinion on this because I have an engineering background. I know a bit more science and, you know, math than the average Joe. You know, so I try to understand that this is something that I know a lot about, and it's not fair to be judgy and shitty to people that are just afraid, you know, they want to make sure that they're being safe. I totally get that. But at the same time, don't fearmonger. Educate yourself. Google's incredible. You can learn all about VOCs right now. Just type it in, read about it. Yeah, and Voxel reaffirms, yeah, organic compounds are everywhere because, you know, organic. Voxel, I already liked you, but you're really speaking my language right now. Like, post-processing is going fantastic, probably because I'm doing it correctly and not trying to rush anything. Earlier this week, I tried to just remesh the entire thing at once, and it went about as poorly as you would expect. I almost got away with it too. I almost did. There was one mesh or one subtool that was angry, and I couldn't find it because I meshed everything together. So I just had to go piece by piece and find the problem mesh. I have to try to like cheat and get away with it at least once a year, and it always bites me in the butt, and I'm like, okay, I remember for this year. I'll try again next year. Non-sleeper and Ella both bring up an interesting point, and they both pretty much say that it's more so for peace of mind, and I get that. I'm never going to be snarky towards someone who's just trying to be health conscientious. That's always good. Taking care of yourself, great. Scaring people out of the hobby because they don't understand it, not great. If you merge something down when you have the gizmo up on this Boolean operation, it gets that pixelated, like, glitch looking effect. So in case you looked up just now and you're like, what the heck is going on? That's what's going on. I fixed it. It doesn't actually affect the mesh in any way. It just makes ZBrush really mad, and it destroys your polypaint. Ella says, also, resin is stinky. That's true. I don't like breathing it in. Totally fair. Totally valid. We have a shop, so a loft that's on top of our garage. It's a building. So we were able to put our printers up there, and it's very nice, and I can avoid a lot of these problems too. Yes, Non-Sleeper says, Goobertown Hobbies has a great video on chemicals and resin and what they do. Absolutely. I'm actually going to link that right now. Goobertown also has a PhD in chemistry. Listen to this man. He's also just like so goofy and so intense. I know it's in his name, Goobertown, but like this guy cracks me up. All right, I'm searching the video right now. I'm going to put it in the chat because, yeah, PhD chemist explains 3D printer resin. Bless this man. Seriously. Watch please for education. Yeah, he's fantastic. Thank you, Non-Sleeper. Totally forgot about that video. And he rocks. I know like everyone here, we're like on the same page, but for anyone that's lurking, more education is more. This has been such a great stream. We've really covered a lot of topics that I'm interested in, and there were so many good questions. It's also my most liked stream ever. I've also had the most people tune in ever. And I finally caught the most people subscribing as it happens too, because I try to make my screen bigger over here, so when the alert pops up, I can see it and say thank you. It's been a great time. Just know if you're here and you're watching it right now, you were part of my little streamer history. This is my new best, so it's really cool. So right now I'm making sure that this is flat enough with the base so it's going to be sturdy. So I'm going to flatten out some pieces here on the bottom. Also got perspective turned off. That looks good. Looking good. As far as if she'll fit on a model or on a base really well, I might need to pull this skirt around a bit, just because she is so long and fancy. But she's a monster, so I can kind of get away with how well she fits on a 25mm base, because I don't expect anyone to use this as their playable character. But I mean, they can. I don't make the rules. There's lots of homebrew stuff out there. All right, we have 1.5 minutes left on my timer right now, and the whole point of this was to keep me on track and get everything cleaned up and ready for post-processing. And I'm almost done with post-processing, so I'd say that was a success. Eric says, models like this always make me want to know who she was before she became a ghost. Love tragic stories, but honestly, who doesn't? Yeah, I feel the same way, and I'm always thinking of all kinds of headcanons as I sculpt, and that's why I kept mentioning The Witcher and the Noon Wraith. Reminds me a lot of that. All right, I'm gonna add some really subtle, like, weathering details now. Using my favorite alpha that I use way too much. And I'm only gonna put this on the edges because that's where you'd see the most fraying. And I do not like to blanket my models in the texture. It just makes them hard to read. There we go, how nice is that? As far as 3D printability goes, she's looking great. There we go, that's my timer. All right, I'm gonna remove my timer because I don't need it anymore. And this model is just about finished. I'm gonna adjust the lighting a bit to make her a little more dramatic. Let's go ahead and get our splash page. Now that we have our full storyboard is up. There we are. Beautiful. I'm gonna edit this screenshot like I always do. Just bump up the exposure, contrast, and sharpness. Bam. It just makes it more eye-catching. Maybe even the saturation a touch. Yeah. So yeah, if you're just tuning into the stream or even lurking for a bit, this is a great time to look up because you can kind of see the story of the stream and all the work that we got done. So on the far left here is our base mesh. That is what I started with. And we had our second step here is kind of finding a silhouette and a vibe. We refined that more with the pose, and then we really pushed all of that and brought the story together with all the detail work. So here she is. Corey says, very well done. She's looking ghostly. Thank you. And the reference here was to do an interpretation of this lovely piece of art. I think we did well with that. All right, let's do the last few steps here, get her all buttoned up for 3D printing, and I will share these files with you for free. They're 3D printable. If you're watching in the future, they're no longer free because it is what I do for a living full time. If you want this file for 3D printing, along with over 800 more, they're all on my Patreon, or you can buy them individually on my mini factory. And then the username is M3DM. I'm M3DM everywhere. I love seeing the 360 on this. Like, she has so much good movement. Freaking cool. And the non-sleeper is giving me a very sweet endorsement. He's part of my mentorship program, which means I taught him how to use ZBrush. And yeah, if you want to learn how to sculpt, I also do that too. All right, my last step here is I move into my end ZPR. What that does is it lets me quickly proportion this new model I just sculpted and make sure it's gonna fit with the rest of my collection. It needs to be tabletop scale. So there's a general rule here. I usually sculpt in 28mm scale. There we go. Should be about that size. Since she's a monster, I can really kind of push how big she is. I just wanna make sure she fits somewhat nicely on the base. I also have a lot of lovely bases that I've sculpted over the years. Let me grab from that library. Could probably do the clouds base and it'll look a bit more like smoke or wisps. I also have a couple nice, this like glyphs with stones as if she was just summoned. That's kind of cool. I might do that instead. I'm gonna try that one out, see how I like it. It also reminds me of, oh, what is it in Witcher? The yard symbol? It's actually how you fight wraiths. When you cast this, they can't move out of it. And that's what this makes me think of, and I really like that. So, there we go. Oh yeah, that's gonna be super solid. All right, she is beautiful. I'm exporting both of these. I'm gonna throw them in the mesh mixer because I like to double check to make sure there's no major issues with the model. ZBrush says it's clean and good to go, but I like to check my bases in multiple softwares just to be super sure. Oshi says, I'm currently working on a campaign for my players on Sunday. Ooh, I'm gonna use this model for my big villain, Plague Queen Myrella. Thank you for the inspo and awesome model, you rock. I'm so glad you're gonna use this, kick ass. Totally gonna get on the Patreon as soon as I can afford it. Well, in the meantime, just you supporting the stream is also super valuable, so happy to have you here. Support on Patreon's always appreciated because obviously money is money, that's what pays my bills. But that being said, I'm doing just fine for myself, as I mentioned earlier, and there's definitely no pressure. Corey says, I love her pose, the way she looks like she's swooshing through the air, right? I really feel like this year as an artist, I have improved like tenfold, you know? And that feels good. All right. She is a necrotic ghost. Except now, till the end of time, I'm going to think of Plague Queen, my relic. That's a great name. All right. But I can't call her that because no one else is going to know what I'm talking about. Unless they're a part of the stream. Yeah, ZBrush said there was like a small mesh error somewhere, but Mesh Mixer didn't care, so we're good. All right, I'm gonna share this file right now. I'm also gonna do one last check because I have a lot of these large swooping pieces of fabric. I don't normally do this thorough of a check, but I'm gonna make sure that there's no pockets of where you can hold resin by accident, just because of the way that her skirt is layered. Usually my remeshing process will fix that automatically, but it doesn't hurt to double check. I'm really confident in the mesh as it is, so I'm gonna go ahead and upload it. There we go. So that's uploading. And let's do my final check here. I've talked about this on stream, but I've never showed it. So this is what I do when I'm trying to be really extra thorough with my meshes. Whoop. I'm gonna use a Boolean operation. So I'm gonna go ahead and throw this little disc on top. I'm gonna stretch it up a bit. It needs to be roughly the volume of the model. There we are. It's gonna make sense, bear with me. We're gonna go to render, turn on live Booleans, and now I'm gonna go to my subtool menu over here and make sure it's underneath the model I wanna subtract from and click subtract. So it disappears the cylinder because now it's going to cut through the model. Again, I rarely do this to check my models. I just do this when I really want to double check that there's not going to be any issues. So now what I'm looking for is I want this entire volume to be solid all the way through. You're going to see holes open up. That's because other pieces of the mesh are ending, not necessarily a hole. So her head is totally solid. Her mouth has a hole, but that makes sense because her mouth is open. So I'm not worried about resin catching there. But I could put a sphere in there to be extra careful. That's all solid. Like this intersection right here, let me zoom in. That's what I'm looking for. That needs to be solid. This is all correct. All correct. Now this is what I'm curious about. I'm suspicious there might be a hole somewhere soon. All right, so we have some holes opening up, but that's just where fabric is ending. That's fine as long as it stays like that all the way through. You don't want to see it open and close on itself. Yep, this model is squeaky clean. I'm gonna double check her mouth just to make sure it's not a pocket. Again, her mouth is open, so I'm not too worried. Let me zoom in here. Oh yeah, she has missing teeth too, so there's no resin that can get caught because it's gonna ooze out of her mouth, literally. When you print this model, Oshi, you can actually go in with some resin after it's printed, right? You can take a paintbrush and just dab on some extra resin before you cure it, and you can actually get an even goopier effect, just if you want to customize a little bit. I don't know if you guys know that, but if I ever drop a model and accidentally break it after printing, you can fix it yourself by using resin and curing it. So like take a paintbrush, dab in some resin that's uncured, it's a liquid resin, put it in your UV lamp, and then clean it up with IPA like normal, and there you go. You have a seamlessly repaired model. All right, let me go ahead and share this with y'all now that I have it just triple checked. I really wanted to make sure. I was suspicious there might be a problem. There wasn't. And then Oshi said, oh, thanks for the pro tip. Did not know that. You're welcome. All right, the link is up. Feels so good to finish a model on stream. I know, like I always do, takes anywhere between 2 to 4 hours, but I'm still impressed and I'm still really excited when I get it done. Eric said it looks so good. I'm just gonna act like those are skulls poking out of the ground. Ooh, I like that idea too. I do have a base I could have used that has more skulls on it, but I love this base right here. So let me show it to you guys. It has this glyph inscripted on it. I just think it'd be so cool. Yeah, here she is in all of her glory. I'm gonna go back to a previous save so we can see the splash page up, but that concludes the live stream. So if you're hanging out, you got any questions, now's the time to ask because I'm not sculpting, so I'm all yours. There we go. Beautiful. I know like all of you guys have, but if you're hanging out, having a good time, and you haven't already, like the live stream and subscribe. This is my new biggest live stream of all time. Before my record was 30 people that liked the video, now we're at 34. That's more than a 10% increase. Tori says, great stream today, thanks. And then Eric said, awesome job. I appreciate it, guys. I think I have the best job in the world for me. I really do. I love what I do, and I think this is really special. I kind of wish I live stream earlier, you know, but I don't think I really had the skill set prior to this year to do this. Just to have like the mental capacity to do it, and then actually finishing a model on stream. Because my stream, I'm much slower because I'm talking to y'all the whole time, you know? I make my face a little bit bigger since I'm just hanging out with y'all. Thank you guys so much for all the praise and nice words. I appreciate it, I do. I'm still my own biggest fan of my work, but doesn't mean I don't love to hear it from you guys too. And yeah, I do plan on having a great weekend. Again, I think I'm gonna build a loafing shed for my horse. We're a little ways out from getting too cold and like sub-freezing temperatures. But if we have a really good rain when it's in the 30s Fahrenheit, that's not great. So I like to give him a shelter sooner than later. It's funny that I say this because I'm gonna build him a shelter. He's just gonna stand out in the rain anyway. It's really for me. It makes me feel better. I'm like, hey, I did what I could for you. Thank you guys so much. And then kind of like a wrap-up summary. Y'all know this by now, but if you want the model and many more, there's a Patreon for that, M3DM. If you want to learn how to sculpt your own, M3DM Learn. Links are always in the description. But I'm also going to be back. I do this all the time. So I'll be seeing y'all probably Monday through Friday next week. It's possible I'm going to pivot my schedule for the first time next week, where maybe I'll start doing a Wednesday through Sunday instead. So I'll still be taking 2 days off. I'll just have my weekend on Monday, Tuesday instead. I think it might be easier and a little more accessible for my, because again, I have a new influx of mentorship students. I want to make sure I'm providing the best resources to them too. So yeah. And then maybe by this weekend I'll finish another crocheted little stuffed animal and I'll have something else to show you guys. I'm currently working on a nutcracker, so yeah, we'll see. I feel good. Oh, and also for y'all that were here yesterday, that chicken tortilla soup that I made was incredible. It came out so delicious. We have some leftovers in the fridge, and quite frankly, that's all I'm thinking about right now. I'm also like, oh my gosh, warm feelings, love my community, and then the other half of my brain is chicken tortilla soup. I am so excited for soup. I can't believe I made this. Gosh, me 2 years ago would be losing my mind over this. I'm still proud of it, but I'm not as impressed as me from 2 years ago would have been. Eric says, a crocheted nutcracker sounds cute as heck. Oh, you showed interest. Now I must show it to you. So far, work in progress. So I'm not sponsored, but I'd love to be. This is the Woobles kit, so this is what it's gonna be. Little nutcracker guy. And this is what I have done so far. Brace yourselves, it's not done. So this is it so far. We got some ways to go, don't we? But yeah, he's gonna be so cute. Look at all the different little pieces and stuff. I can't recommend these kits enough. People in the crocheting community are so freaking pretentious and they hate these kits because they're like 30 bucks. And they're like, oh, that's so expensive. And I'm like, but it comes with videos that teach you how to do it. I don't know how to do this. And it comes with all the yarn and everything you need too, so I'm a big fan of them. Then Eric laughs. He's like, oh my god, he's a little guy, his mustache. I knew you guys would appreciate it. And then Eric says, I'm making buffalo chicken wings. Ooh, that sounds good. Yeah, not suffering at all. Nice. This was such a good time. I'm also excited that I'm done because I'm like, again, I'm tired and I'm excited for soup. All right, guys, I'm gonna sign off. I'll be in the Discord here and there intermittently, hanging out like usual. But if not, I will see you guys Monday. If I do change my schedule, you guys will know. I'll make a post on YouTube. And yeah, if not, all my socials, I'll make sure to share if I decide to change my schedule. Thank you guys so much for hanging out, and I will see you guys next week, okay? Take care of yourselves. Have a good, fun Friday and weekend. Bye!